Play another game, Schnuffy. Play another game. Alright. We've got a game from Mr. Slow. Sean. Move 11. This one is cancelled. Blind Bill Blunder is not here today. This is from Uber Driver. That's from Learning Chess, who was gift subbed. I'd like to get a hold of that guy who gift subbed him. Alright, we got Sun Prism, Acerbate, and Mule Skinner. Dr. Skinner. Alright, so, and among our friends online, we see Summon Unsound and Move 11. The Summon Unsound is not really a... When you touch hot peppers, be careful touching your eyes with the Carolina Reaper juice on your hands. Alright. So we'll see who's here today. Mr. Slow is normally up first for our analysis stream. This is our last analysis stream before Krakow. And I'm leaving on Monday. Tournament starts on Tuesday. 32 teams. There are 32 teams registered so far. And that doesn't mean that there can't be another team registered, but assuming that there's not, I calculated my team with the 5th seed, we would play Ireland in round 1. Alright. We'll see. Ireland seniors. 50 plus. Round 1. Tuesday. You guys should be able to follow the games live. Absolutely, it's an official FIDE tournament. FIDE organized World Senior Team Tournament event. It should be the live game should be on under broadcasts. I would assume, but there's never any guarantee that all the games will be on DGT boards. 32 times 4. 32 times 2. They would need 64 boards, which is 32 teams. (32 teams) 16 games, 16 matches, times 4. Yeah, 64. You need 64, but it's likely they'll have all 64 broadcasts, but we'll see. Oh, actually, there's a 65 plus group too, which is 20 some teams. So they're the old farts. All right. Anyway, we are going to get started here shortly. I'm getting my mind together. Join us. So, the Netog, and Netog is here with Acerbate. Oh, Hungarian football team was very, very lucky yesterday. Everybody in the news was like, we just have to make sure that Turkey holds against the Czech Republic. That's the only thing that's really critical, that the Turkey doesn't lose to Czech Republic. But they didn't mention that, like, Portugal was not supposed to lose to Georgia. That's a bigger problem. How does Portugal lose to Georgia? Cristiano Ronaldo in the game, playing as hard as he could, and they still lost. Portugal still lost to Georgia. Anyway. Alright. Glad I'm not a Hungarian. I'd be pretty pissed about that. That sucks. Rigged. But apparently, like, Georgia played really well. Tigran Petrosian versus Dragoljub Velimirovic. The other guy versus Sean. Sean with an AWN. Poldar Udit versus Boris Spassky. really modern game there. We've got Blind Bill Blunder. Blind Bill Blunder is sick today, or something came up, so he's not going to make it. We'll probably omit that game. Secret Chinese Analysis. Maybe we could look at the Blind Bill Blunder game quickly. Secret Chinese Analysis is Uber driver, I believe. Yeah, we said this already. Learning Chess. I'm just waiting for a few people to show up, so I'm not talking to myself. Learning Chess, The Esteemed, Learning Chess, Sun Prism, Asterbait, and Mule Skinner with late entry. Alright, so we're going to get started. Guys, again, Monday I'm leaving. Our last stream will be Sunday. Simul stream. So tomorrow we'll take some Blitz challenges, Friday morning, and then Sunday. And then Discombobulator, I will come back. He will. You crack the beer, and within minutes it gets disgustingly warm. Dude, last night I went out with my son to the Nonstop Market because it closes at like 11. And they stopped selling beer at 11 in my district. And we were like less than a half a kilometer from home. I'm telling you, Mr. Slow, it's like I bought 2 ice cold beers, and by the time I brought them home, they were almost warm. Same thing happened to me. Good thing I've got a mini fridge. Backside draw, gifting tier 1 set to Parmenides. Parmesan. Parmesan hasn't been here in a long time. Alright. Parmenides got a gift sub. Good. As Esterbait would say. Good. We're going to start with Petrosian versus Belimirovich. From Belimirovich's perspective, no introduction needed for the player with the white pieces. You know, Petrosian was like really a huge expert on the King's Indian. Yeah. Oh man, Mr. So, you know what happened to me like last week at poker? I brought this good beer, like some kind of Czech beer with me, and I was like, just wanted to drink one beer at some point, and I told the waitress to like put it in the fridge, and it was like lost in translation. I mean, I meant to tell her like put it in the freezer, but because my Hungarian's bad, she didn't understand, and she's not a very professional waitress. So the point was like put it in the freezer so it gets cold fast, and I can drink it in like half an hour or something. She puts it like, I don't know, in the door of the fridge or something. So half an hour later, she brought it to me, and it was like room temperature. I was like, the English like their beer room temperature, right, Nedog? It was like Guinness temperature, Czech lager. It was horrible. I was like, dude, I wanted to just pour it out and go get like a Dreher or something. Yeah, no reason for warm beer unless you're drinking like stout or something. Especially in the summer. Okay, so we're starting. I was just going to make the comment that I think Petrosian is like one of the worst people to play King's Indians against because he's so good at the King's Indian himself with both colors. But alright. So knight f3. Petrosian, you know, capable of playing anything, but he's so good at King's Indian type positions. So we're going to get like symmetrical King's Indian, possibly. Black plays g6, gambling that white won't play e4. And, you know, with Petrosian not playing e4 as much, I think that's a fair move. So now g3, bishop g7, bishop g2, knight f6. And I have to say, like, if you have to learn how to play, because I found these types of positions very, very frustratingly difficult. If you have to learn how to play symmetrical King's Indian, Petrosian is probably, or I should pronounce it correctly, Petrosian, as best I can do. He's probably the best role model, literally. I have this two-volume collection of all of Petrosian's games, which is a lot. He like has extremely prolific amount of games and a long career. And there were a lot of symmetrical King's Indian, so you can literally learn how to play the symmetrical King's Indian type positions from him. But you've got to play what you play. I would lean toward a Benoni if I were Velimirovich, if it's possible. Mr. So has tipped $10. He's up to 2,070 for a pre-hype train. 2,070. No, guys, we've got until Sunday to raise money. So I'm leaving on Monday. I'm hoping to make master, because I'm broke. I am going to this tournament thanks to you guys, Mr. Slow in particular, but all of you who donated. Just want you to know that without your support, there's no way I could play in the senior team, because I literally have no money. The real estate lawyer is like taking my last money as we speak. And I can't even pay the IRS what I owe them for taxes. So I'm basically completely broke, and it's you guys that made it possible for me to go, to Krakow. So thanks, Mr. Slow, for donating. If we get to 2,200, hopefully by Sunday I'll have like coffee. I'll have if we get to 2,200, I'll have like $20 a day for coffee and a beer or something. All right, knight f6, castles, c4. And so Petrosian also plays the English, or played the English a lot. And, it's important to be flexible. So you could see a King's Indian attack. You could see an English. You could see a mainline queen-pawn game here. The one thing you're less likely to see is e4. The next fundraiser would be to pay my mortgage. I don't have a mortgage, thankfully. But if I had one, that's a good idea. Pay mortgage. Pay my rent. Yeah, if I had rent or mortgage. The chess-related fundraisers here, sack, draw. But that's a nice thought on your part. I know. It deeply disturbs you. Alright, so c4, d6. And he does go into queen-pawn game. I thought we would see English. It's kind of a funny move order, isn't it? Like, well, you could just play d4, but he plays c4 first, and then doesn't play d4 until black says, I'm going to play d6. Now he plays d4. So the feeling you get is that maybe like he didn't like the symmetrical kind of Grunfeld, which I find very drawish. But anyway, you can run into like c6. Maybe if black played c6, he would have played differently. I like I don't really have a good suggestion here. Apparently b3 is a thing. That's a weird move. Vache Grishuk. Because black can play knight e4. And now after d4, we just have one of these, like b3, g3. Alright, but anyway, so c4 was played, d6 was played, white plays d4, and now black has many options. It's a mainline King's Indian fianchetto. So we have, everything is on the table. Black can play bishop f5, like my last year's Grandmaster win. Every year I have to beat at least one Grandmaster. So last year it was that Slovenian guy. This year it was, one of many. There'll be many more. I'm lucky if I get to play a couple GMs next week. d4. Oh, before the stream was really started, I said, like, if it's paired according to the standings right now, we would play Ireland in the first match. And I would play like a 2100. Or even lower, I think. I guess like a 2000 something. For World Team Seniors, 50 plus. If the pairings are 5 against 21, there's 32 teams. We're 5th seed, so we would be in the top half, paired down against the 5th seed down in the bottom half. It would be Ireland. If everyone makes it and there's no additional teams, we play Ireland in the first match. I play the Irish second board. We'll see. Yeah, bishop f5, right? C6, everything's possible. But black plays c5. Good choice, you know, by Velimirovich, because he's, I think, more comfortable in Benoni type positions. But Petrosian won't bite. Velimirovich wants to play Benoni. I think, like, also you can play a Benko here with b5. But Velimirovich would most likely have gone either e6 or a knight a6 probably. I know the Smirin plays this quite a bit. He doesn't really play the Benko. But Petrosian doesn't want to invest in that, so he plays knight c3. Wait, does maybe b3 here is a viable alternative. Black is a little bit hindered by the fact that he's played d6, not really the most aggressive move. So knight c3, knight c6, and now the variation I hate the most. Oh my god. So Roman Gigi Hatch really used to play this all the time. He loved d takes c5. And I used to, like, just really not enjoy these positions. Once I won a game with this, I don't know how, but once somehow I won a game with d takes c5 with white. In the Boylston Chess Club Championship against Paul McIntyre, I think. The one time I won the tournament. I think I won a game with white in this line. D takes, D takes. I watched Roman play it like 100 million times. But the lines are really tedious, and I hate the symmetrical pawn structure. So I played this with Mr. Slow too. Like I know that d5 is the main line. Did you play knight a5 against me? No. Somebody played knight a5 against me recently. Not Mr. Slow, but a different player. A couple of weeks ago. And I'm not fond of playing this line with white. Well, either color for that matter. But I played queen d3 and I messed it up. And I got a bad position pretty quickly. So knight d2 is the normal move. And I never should have, I never should have played it any other way. But, yeah. Anyways. We had that last week, but not last week. Yeah, but I hate this variation. I tried to play h3, and this is inaccurate. So, I guess, theoretically, I also played against you e3. This is the only other move I could find that is, like, equal. That just keeps the tension. I'm pretty sure I played this against Mr. Slow, and I might have played it against someone else. And, I was prepared to play this against Slovenian guy last year at the World Senior too, probably, if he had chosen to play this variation. I just hate, like, everything. I hate this being so closed, and I hate this being so symmetrical. I want white to keep the tension somehow, but there's no other move to keep the tension. It's like literally your only move to keep the tension that is okay is e3. But black's fine there as well. So d takes c5, d takes c5, bishop f4. Now this I don't know. This is interesting. Because Roman always played bishop e3. And occasionally we would see queen a4. I think that's inaccurate for some reason. But we never had a game with bishop f4. I mean, I used to sit next to Gingy when he was playing Blitz, and we would, like, play together. Or I would watch him play and point out when he was dropping his queen. And he was a great Blitz player. But I don't remember bishop f4. So this turns out to be a very important line. It's played almost as much as bishop e3. I wasn't aware of this. even being a thing. I mean, it does make some sense, but it's kind of like the London system. Like, what does it do here? So, what doesn't it do? It makes its presence felt. Okay, you're developing a piece, you get control of e5. It doesn't attack anything. But to be fair, I always hated this bishop e3 as well, because it's like, this is no big deal. It's really not that inconvenient for black defending that pawn. In fact, you guys remember the guy that used to play, the kid that used to play on my stream, Morwa? He was a brief time student of mine. And he did something weird, like, was it b6 straight away? Black can literally play b6. And Morwa, like, did this against me, and I was like, what? If that was a good move, then why do people play bishop e6 and all this crap with queen a5, you know? So it turns out that it is a line. And the critical, it turns out this is probably best. Here's Shankland winning a game against Francesco Rinaldi. But I did this, of course, against Morwa. And then knight takes e5, bishop takes a8, and then knight takes c4. And I realized pretty quickly that this is not so easy for white. I ended up like losing that rapid game I played. I think I played probably bishop c1. I don't remember if I traded queens, because that's probably a mistake. It's probably a mistake here. Danielian against Bibi Sara in 2017. Oh, she has rook d1. That's a neat trick. So rook d1. And black can't afford to trade pieces, and so you get your rook in. Oh, that's nice. And Danielian had another trick, knight d5, very nice. So it was all like home prep or something. But anyway, that's the point. Like, if bishop e3 doesn't have any effect, then I'm not going to really want to play it anyway. Okay, bishop f4. Now what do we do? Knight h5. Jones. What's up with Jones and Mr. Slow and Velimirovich? Coincidence? The best modern, you know, King's Indian theoretician. But knight h5 is a ballsy move, you know? Because, first off, your knight is on a really shitty square on the side of the board. It's not like it's a classical King's Indian where you're doing a kingside attack here. It's kind of like a London system. Second off, that bishop is not like blocked, you know, from retreating. So I think it's a really really tough call. You know, should we really put this knight down on the side of the board against that rock solid kingside? Okay, the problem is its symmetrical position. It's really, you know, ugly. Who wants to do this? Raise your hand. You might want to try a different game, like charades or something. Duck, duck, goose. Duck, 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 goose. Duck, 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 goose. But anyway, the move gives me the creeps because we're on the side of the board. Something Acerbate would do. But the score is good. I like the score. Black has a 25 to 26% score here in 150 some games. So the results speak for themselves. Bent Larson, Ribley Zoltan 1-0. I don't know why Ribley was playing King's Indian. What else? Gawain Jones. Alright. So what should white do? It's like a Catalan. What about, like, letting him take your bishop? What if you were like, you can let him take the bishop? Practically no one allowed that. But I guess the moral of the story would be, if you were to let him take the bishop, like, what would you do for white? White just doesn't really have a great move, you know, that's the problem here. Yes, rook c1 is playable. Resigning is playable. Yeah. Not only is rook c1 playable, it's exciting too. Right? Yeah, no. You gotta move the bishop, because the knight's on the side of the board. I don't really have an issue with giving up my bishop. But at the same time, we have to try to make that knight look stupid. So bishop d2, protecting c3. And white has won one game out of 12 here in this position. So this game was played in 1970, and then consequently there would be Petrosian-Smeykal 1976. Geller-Ivkov 1973, 3 years later. So there's like Forintos. There's quite a few games here in the old days. It's a real barn burner of variation. So we go knight h5, and this prevents white from playing knight e5. So yeah, the knight is bad, but we stop white from achieving anything, and it's only temporary. Are we worried about like h3 and g4? I remember Roman doing that. I feel like Roman played Tal in New York Open. We saw something like that. That's probably how it happened. Bishop d7. And now Kim Commons versus Forintos. I never met Kim Commons. I think he's still alive. American I am who like quit chess. Bishop d7. So bishop d7 against trading queens, but also maybe there's some idea of queen c8. So Petrosian playing queen c1. Yeah, this is like now attacking move. Someone played queen c8, the Hungarian grandmaster and book thief Forintos. And that was a draw. Someone played knight d4. So Forintos played queen c8 and offered to steal his book. But I'm always joking about that because, like, he notoriously stole this guy, Tot Bela's Petrov book, and published it as his own. Queen c1, rook e8, and then preventing the exchange of bishops. So this is something I do want to talk about. Belomir is an aggressive player, but he's playing a world champion. Not current world champion, but still. He's an aggressive player, but I mean, this is a symmetrical position and your opponent is a former world champion. Okay, we still want to be aggressive, but I don't think like exchanging this bishops is necessarily worth worrying about. But you can see a little bit of an insight into Velimirovich's style. Rook e8, not a particularly useful move, but he can circumvent the exchange of bishops after bishop h6. Is it worth it? In my experience, a lot of times it's not. The whole maneuver with rook e8. It's cool to do that, Here, bishop h6. So I just want to go out on this sort of stump, you know, where I'm saying, in my experience, this is overrated. The whole concept of doing this rook e8, bishop h8 crap. It may just not be worth it. But the idea is sensible. Black hopes to keep this bishop on the board. Okay, now Petrosian, what to do? Hard to find a useful move here. So quite an interesting decision. I find symmetrical positions very hard to play. He plays queen d2. That attacks the bishop. But ultimately, is our queen going to get attacked on d2? Black plays bishop h3 himself. I notice, like, Petrosian doesn't care about that. I agree. You know, I think, like, bishop h1 is probably more trouble than it's worth. I'll just accept this exchange. Now rook c1. Sack draws favorite move. Petrosian keeps the structure intact. Bishop g2, king g2. And now Velimirovich quote, with unclear play and two-sided options, I was very satisfied with my position. That's a funny quote. I feel like if you call this unclear, you know, it's like your definition of clear must be like rook versus rook in the end game. I mean, this is not exactly the most dynamic and crazy position ever. But I guess it's hard to even get that, you know, even this tiny bit of imbalance, you know, against Petrosian with black is like asking a lot. So now he's hoping that the position will get maybe a little bit more imbalanced. If white were to take on d4, but he's barking up the wrong tree. If anybody can like play an equal position to a standstill, it's like Petrosian. And he really doesn't mind, you know, like most people would like lose their mind here and do something stupid, maybe, you know. But it's like there's no way that's going to happen with Petrosian. He's not going to take on d4 and give black like a dynamic sort of possibility of changing the pawn structure here. I think the knight is very unstable. And like it goes into d5, you got nothing after e6. It's not clear to me. Maybe black's just better because of the pawn at d4. So that's the best Velimirovich could come up with. Queen d3. Now this is such a typical, almost like a robot, you know? What would a robot do? Queen d3. This game went not to Tigran's pleasure. Well, no, I mean, it's obvious that black has fully equalized. But I do think that Petrosian should be up to the task of playing a relatively balanced position to a boring draw or something like that. This is creative. Queen c6. Taking advantage of the fact that bishop's been traded off. He plays b3. He doesn't mind exchanges on f3. Now black brings the knight back because it was achieving nothing on h5. And guess what? You know, we have our favorite square. Also, Velimirich's favorite square. Oh, those ambulances make me want to go home to my old street. h3 weakening the king side, and then rook d8. And now we're threatening discoveries. Perhaps knight takes b3. As well as knight f5. So this is the thing, man. You know, I mean, all along, well, since he put his queen on d2, you're asking yourself, what was White planning on doing with the queen? This allows knight f5, which is unpleasant at best. Though, maybe not fatal. This is the ugly move. That's a move we really don't want to play. But I wonder. You'd think it would be like Petrosian's first. I like Petrosian's Agony better. Not alt.bdsm. That's right up your alley. Queen b1. This isn't a problem, I would think. Not a big problem for White necessarily. So queen b1 has got to be a major consideration, but he plays e4, leaving his queen in the discovery zone. You guys heard of discovery zone? Isn't that like a playground? How does that work? Oh, because if knight takes b3? No, I looked at this already. I don't understand. There's knight takes b3, queen takes d8, knight takes c1. So somebody's going to have to explain to me, what I'm missing here. What am I missing here? Bishop takes c1, rook takes d8. I don't understand what I'm missing here. Wow. Petrosian spicy meatball. Queen takes d8. It has no squares. I don't understand. White's winning. Knight takes c1. Wow. e5. Among other things. Alright, so that's the point. He doesn't have a winning move. There's no winning discovery. So what about knight f5? That's the same stuff. If I were black, I'd want to get like e6 in to take this outpost out. But there just shockingly is no discovery. So Petrosian calculates this correctly. He's still okay after e4. And then black plays knight d7. And so, you know, you get a position where d4 is gone, but d5 is not. And that's kind of an important idea in any symmetrical position, but particularly the King's Indian, or Sicilian, but mostly King's Indian. We have this symmetrical open file. If d4 falls, but I have e6 to kick you out of d5, then I'm better. So black's just better, because he owns the d4 square. Now white, knight d2, knight e5, queen f1. And that square is just not a lot better than b1. But black is having trouble, I would say, you know, while he's got his dark squares. Where's his threats on the white squares? He just doesn't have quite enough on the white squares to break through. And like e6 would be a great move to keep the square under control. I mean, I think it would be a very standard move to play. But he doesn't seem to be in a rush. Black plays knight f5, a tricky move. Bishop g5, h6, and now bishop f4. And now there's a huge fork on d3. So, there it is. Threatening the exchange, threatening to disrupt white's kingside while taking out that bishop. Of course I should have taken the exchange, but I misjudged that I had a winning attack by overlooking a move with the king. Otherwise, I kept a token advantage. But Petrosian is too strong a chess player to lose such a situation. So he should have taken the exchange. White plays knight d5. What is white supposed to do here? It doesn't look good. So he's basically lost. And it's not clear that knight d5 is really a mistake. Let's go back to queen f1. Queen b1 was a tiny bit better. But it's still better for black. We got Laurent following. So, again, this is Petrosian versus Velimirovich. Black has huge control of d3, on the verge of winning. This may be a mistake, but it looks like the best practical chance. Petrosian sacrifices the exchange. And then Velimirovich says he should have taken here. Okay, but what's the point? If he takes there, he's winning a rook for a knight, but now his knight looks like it's trapped. But he can play knight takes a2. There's also this. So Velimirovich declined to do this, but the question is, like, why? Why did he decline to do this? Take. Another exchange of pieces. Knight f3, e takes d5. Something takes c1. And black is just basically up the exchange. However, I mean, it looks a little bit airy around the black king, but it's not. You know, I guess because this queen is placed so stupidly on f1. Makes you wonder about that queen on b1 again. He wanted to obsessed with directly attacking. So he's obsessed with attacking. He doesn't want to take material. He takes here instead. But white can take back with the knight and not allow his pawn structure to be, detonated. So this was a huge mistake. Taking that material was better. Okay. He doesn't cash in for the material. He goes for the bishop. That would be great, like if white had to take with the pawn. But now he just has like bishop versus knight advantage. And I mean, obviously this is a very strong bishop, and black is better. But it's not the same as being up the exchange, clearly. And it's a symmetrical position. It's not really rational to be like, oh, I'm going to attack his king in a symmetrical position. Yeah, even I, being a kind of not that materialistic player, would have probably grabbed that exchange. So long as my knight's not getting trapped. e6 now, strong positional move. I mean, there is the psychological aspect of playing a world champion, You can tend to give them too much credit. Queen e2, and now rook d4, really weird move. Look at the sideline. So here, oh, this is what we missed? Alright, so maybe he thought he had something better, essentially. He has this, rook takes e2, that's another exchange sack. Now black sacking the exchange. Queen takes e4 check. King h2. Knight d4. Black would sack the exchange for the initiative. Check. And this. So you're saying he missed his king h1 in this variation at the end? And strangely, like, black's not winning. But the best move of all, it looks like, was rook takes d2, knight h4 check. Jesus. Yeah, it has to be a good day to find this move. I'm finding this move on a very good day only. Knight h4 takes, queen takes e4 check, king g1, and then queen takes f4 with the fork here, skewer, and this. Although, you know, he can play queen g2. Is this that clear? Slightly better for black. Unpleasant. I mean, you could shut down the rook, so bishop d4. I agree, like, you win against a lot of humans, but I'm not sure you're beating the engine here, you know? Or Magnus or something, I don't know. Maybe Karyakin, someone who really likes defending slightly inferior positions, would hold this for white. It's fairly simplified. I would argue that it's fairly simplified. No, I'm not certain. I wouldn't be at all confident on winning this with black. And I don't think that he was. This rook d4, though, is awkward, because, like, where are we going to put our knight? Black's better after knight d4, but there's little to do because the symmetrical structure is the real problem here. So this is kind of awkward, you know, our rook's on d4. Doesn't really do much. I guess he wants to double, triple on the file. Not a bad thing to do. Double. But I mean, you know, like, this type of position is typical. For beginners especially, they think they're winning. Because, oh, we control the open file. That's a very typical misconception, that the player playing black here at the lower levels just assumes they're winning. It's not so easy. I mean, you got no entry point at d2 or d3 or d4. If there was more dynamism in the position in general, like if there was another flank or something, you know, it would probably be decisive, because you could go principle of two weaknesses. But the problem is that white only has one weakness. So black's better, but where's the, you know, second weakness we can really tie him down to? h4, very Karpovian. Queen c7, giving up there. Here, here, and then here. Trojan very good at doing nothing. Rook d6, queen d6, rook c2. Ready to vacuum, get out your vacuums. And now, I almost feel like this might even be a mistake, objectively, for black. To trade off into the knight versus bishop, but I don't think that black can really be worse. But I think at this point you can offer a draw. Your bishop is sort of like a non-entity now. But still defending very carefully, white, with knight g1. You know, seriously, you're worse here, And I would be really wanting to get the queens off the board. But I guess Petrosian was worried about maybe like the rook coming here to attack this pawn. Queen takes d4 seemed odd. No, I don't think so. I mean, are you implying he should take with the pawn? Because there is the ultimate blockade. Black's still not in any danger of losing, of course. Oh, you want to take with the bishop? No, I don't think. I think it makes sense. I don't know that this is necessarily better. He keeps control of the open file here. White really wants to trade queens, I would say. And now he controls the E1 square. So Bellamy allows him to trade queens now. And there's no here. And he has this. And then it's a dead draw. So the correct recapture, too, dynamically speaking, G takes F. I mean, I imagine like against a different player, you might continue the game at this point, but it's still a draw. Trojan said, you played perfectly, but remember, if you have to choose between material or checkmate, always choose material. With the material advantage, checkmate results by itself. That's funny. So Trojan loves material. Okay. No, it was a funny game. Thanks, Mr. Still, for sharing. I'll be right back with game 2 in a moment. This is a game submitted by the other guy. This is a game submitted by Sac Draw. Alright. Be right back. Alright, we are back. That was quick. Beer break. Mr. Slow made me want a beer. I want to at least get through the first game before we go to beer mode. Alright, guys, we're leaving on Monday. Any donations will go to support last minute expenses for Krakow. I'm leaving on Monday. Tournament starts on Tuesday. The tournament should be broadcast here in broadcasts. World Senior 50 Plus Team Championship. This is a long game. Oh, your game is a long game. Okay. We'll keep the opening expiration within check. Yeah, that's fine. It's a long game. Thanks for the disclaimer. So this is the other guy versus Sean, aka Sac Draw. So b4. Well, I mean, what's to say? You know, the Polish is the Polish. It's not great. It's not that bad. I think you should play the way you would play with white. So if you're If you're an e4 player, you play e5. If you're a d4 player, you play d5. You're playing d4, right? But anyway, I mean, it's not a hard and fast rule. I'm just saying, if otherwise, if you don't know what to do, try to be careful not to drift into types of positions that are not typical for you. A lot of d4 players would maybe be disoriented here. If you don't know what to do, play like you're white, would be my advice. No, knight f6, okay, but that's also, like more likely to result in a queen pawn type of position. Nedog. There's nothing wrong with knight f6, obviously. But definitely it's not e4. Play e4, play it now. He plays e5, white plays bishop e2, black takes. This is the recommended move. Like, this line has been kind of recommended, standard variation. I have a book on unusual openings by the late Andras Shadorian. And it's more like a pamphlet, but whatever. Black is okay against weird openings. And Adorian was freaking crazy, but he was a very strong player and gave pretty sound advice against or as far as the openings go. He passed away like last year, by the way. Pamphlet, that's right. No, it was a book, but it was like a pamphlet-like book. It's something between a book and a pamphlet. Soft cover, not too long. Yeah, like a pamphlet. All right. But anyway, Andras recommended this line too. The question is, well, I mean, first off, most people would play like knight f3 here, typically. I think the theory is that, of course, white is banking on trading a flank pawn for a central pawn. And in the long run, that's an advantageous thing for white. But Adorian's point was that black's quick development was more important. And Adorian gave a lot of fantastic variations where this is semi-pre-computer too. Early computers. He was into using the computer, but early computers that were relatively weak. So, but Adorian in his pamphlet on this line, he gives like really tactical variations where black plays for the initiative in all lines. Sacrifices, rook sacrifices. You have the open e file, very quick development. But I think most common is like knight f3, castles, e3. And then it's not obvious what black should play, but I remember this featuring in a lot of lines. Anyways, this is a move I've seen before. As you could see in the opening explorer, c4 is more common. Okay. Saxon Draw said don't focus on the opening too much. That's fine. So c3 is some kind of newish idea. I frankly don't remember if Dorian even considered this. That pamphlet was written in the late 80s and probably or early 90s, and this was maybe not even invented yet. 1998, there's a game. So what should black do? It's possible, it's possible to play, say, like knight c6 here. But I wonder, first of all, this is awkward. This looks strange. So the bishop moves. White will play like d4, presumably if here the threat of bishop takes f2 is not a big deal. Okay, so it's either bishop a5 or bishop e7. It's like the Evans Gambit, basically. No, Cold Gold, I didn't want to ban you. You were just, I don't remember. You were talking during the game, and I didn't want to see commentary from the player I'm playing against. Bishop a5 feels a little more active. So we're following some Carlsen Nakamura, Carlsen Giri. But, you know, it's not like we're down a pawn or something. I mean, black has a good position. What's the problem? The problem is that white has this central mass. And in the long run, will these 4 pawns outgun the 3 pawns in terms of control of the center? You want an analysis. All right, e3. Yeah, this is so weird what white's doing here. I mean, ultimately, white is playing the Caro-Kann and just like putting their bishop on g3. Standard Polish position. Polish plan. White's playing the Caro-Kann. Castles. And now white plays bishop takes f6. It seems kind of arbitrary to me. Oh, Asterbait, you did that. Oof. Thank you. I love you, Asterbait. Not like that, but yeah. Bishop takes f6, bishop takes f6. And now d4. Now you played d5 here, and I really don't know about that. You know what? Seriously, sack draw, I don't know that you should play d5. Your only advantage in this position is your dark square bishop. And you may need those central pawns to like claw. I would keep the option open of like clawing at him with like c5 or something. So essentially you've reached like it is basically like a Trompowski. This is committal. I mean, it's okay, and you could play this for sure. Maybe your plan is to come back and bring the bishop onto this diagonal. I don't know. But I'm a big believer in flexibility, you know, so I just don't know why we should necessarily play d5 so early. Can you play... I mean, can we play without d5 and play so effectively? But how, you might ask? Okay, let's say d6. And we could possibly try to set up maybe some kind of blockade here. Dude, all right. What's up, Sun Prism? I'm not in the mood for that. What is that guy doing? He's like, sorry for not banning me. Within 1 minute, he's like irritating. And then has his backup. It's like you're gone. But thanks for the gift sub, Masturbate. We hopefully he'll like, you know, sell it. He'll donate it forward to someone else. Um. Anyway, I think the black should seriously consider trying this. The computer likes d5. It's definitely not obligatory. All right. Bishop d3 and then c5. This is good. No question. Well, I mean, again, I would have preferred to like been more. He was responding to Asterbate. Yeah, it was the way he responded that bothered me. But even his first step was like the wrong direction. Damn, Asterbate. I mean, Netag, are you like. Netag, are you. Yeah, Asterbate gets everyone in trouble. He gets someone. He gets sub someone. But whatever. That guy was pissing me off anyway. Alright. It's impossible to even concentrate. I'm just trying to analyze the games. And then they want to like talk about themselves or whatever. Yeah, Asterbate, you sensed my annoyance very strongly and magnified it, so he realized. You're too compassionate, dude. That's not good. I'm gonna time you out too, just for being compassionate. Don't be compassionate to these guys. He comes to my stream immediately saying thanks for not banning me, and within like 2 sentences I'm banning him anyway. Do you think that's a coincidence? I'm just not patient, you know, for that today. Honestly, you know, the thing is, I really would rather wait and not commit the central pawns. This c5 is going to be very, it's going to be very important. I'd really like to see white do something stupid like play c4 or e4. I found the guy irritating in the last stream, but not quite enough to ban him, you know? But you give him a little leverage, and I could do it. Also, I suspect he's some kind of Smurf account. That's probably been banned on another account already or something. Alright. So all I'm saying is be more flexible. c5, it's like a Nimzo now. You basically somehow transpose to a weird Nimzo. Not a weird Nimzo, just you transpose in a weird way to a Nimzo, essentially. I hate these kind of variations. I think I'm hating them for both sides now. This is weird, huh? Bishop g4. Yeah, in the Nimzo, in the Rubinstein Nimzo, he's supposed to have his bishop like on c1. And it exactly. Well, a Nimzo with the bishop on f6 isn't. That's one thing, but it's even weirder that white doesn't have a bishop. Look, Mr. Slow, I've had lots of Nimzos where I retreated my bishop back to f8. I try to turn the Nimzo into the King's Indian all the time. It's even weirder for me that white doesn't have a bishop on c1. White needs a bishop on c1 to essentially like protect his e3 so he can push the central pawns. So he's got no ability to push the central pawns because he doesn't have the dark square bishop to protect the dark squares. My first thought when black played d5 was that, you know, he would actually redeploy this bishop to this diagonal. Yeah, so this is an unusual position. I mean, white just can't afford to make any weaknesses like e3. But the distinct impression I have is like major fail here. Okay, knight f3. How big a fail is white's position? Black plays c4. If you take on f3, now things are unclear because we get the typical ops color bishop Joseph Henry Blackburn, where white's gonna have king h1, the g file, light square chances, etc. Hey, Mule Skinner, it's been a while. Don't listen to Nedok, he just wants to sound important. He has trouble paying attention to the actual chess analysis. And since Bob's not here, we need someone to just like focus on being like a greeter. Basically, Nedok works as a hostess in a restaurant. Like a male hostess. Alright, c4, bishop c2. He's a greeter. b5. Now that's a plan. Yeah, this is a long game. Is that an oops? This is an intentional pawn sack. I vote for sacking the h7 pawn. Absolutely. The b pawn is far more important, but we shouldn't have done that. Yeah, and I agree with your opponent's move, bishop f5. He should definitely try to trade pieces, and the bishop trading the bishop pair off is probably not a bad idea. So you got into ooh, oh my god. So now I understand. So maybe if white is really thinking about this, he doesn't want to take this pawn. This has to be considered seriously, like bishop f5, not taking the pawn. Inducing you to just go into this and being content to bring his bishop back to h3. Maybe he's better off not taking the pawn, ironically, with check. It just occurred to me like how annoying this h-file is going to be. So you got the h-file, and you got the queenside thing. Although, there may be an argument that you're rushing here. b4. A protected pass pawn is protected pass pawn. There's definitely a case to be made for like a5. But obviously you could play a3 and it wouldn't drastically alter the situation. But I do think maybe it's important to evaluate what's going on here in the center. And also white needs to be like really seriously thinking about what he's going to do over on the king side. But right now you're taking the b pawn, takes, g6, and now bishop c2. So this is interesting. Should he go to h3 or c2? And sacking the bishop is not an option. With c2, he keeps his queen company. I don't know. Doesn't look good for white, though. I'm surprised you didn't win this game. As I talk about all the time, ops color bishops are not about material, despite what Petrosian says. Yeah, that's deep, Nedog. Nedog's strategy here is very deep. But that's the problem with white's position. Now, to be fair, I mean, maybe white can defend. Like, I don't know how much time he has here, though. I mean, king h1, rook g1, rook g2, knight g3, rook somewhere, knight f1. Doesn't look great. I mean, if you took with a rook, you could gain a tempo, and then maybe focus on attacking on the king side. But I guess this isn't bad. You may have discoveries with knight d3. So now, white moves the queen. I do want to, like, point this out again. This could be used as a defender. But I think that white was concerned about, and possibly, like, irrationally, this knight coming into d3, possibly the pawn. I think that white's position is difficult to coordinate. No, he might even be lost, like, already. It's just very difficult to coordinate. A3, and now you took. Well, I mean, you can calculate pretty far here how quick your attack is on the H file. But I think that there's a definite case for not trading, because you would keep, well, you would try to keep opposite-colored bishop situation going. Although here he has bishop a4 anyway, probably forcing it. And knight a6 is pretty awkward. Although you have this. I'd love to see that knight somehow enter play on the king side for black. But I just don't see it. He has like f4. I don't see how your knight is going to really enter the king side play. So unfortunately, I think this is probably best. Takes. And then this is a bit of a strange move, queen d6. Because it seems like, you know, you should be going through here in a lot of positions. Or maybe your idea is just to induce. I mean, maybe it's still good. I kind of expected rook h8. But obviously that's very straightforward. And it takes pressure off the e file. There's some question about e4. It keeps an eye on a3. There's a lot going for it. It keeps this. So you got literally torn between the queen side and the king side now. What would Petrosian say? We need to ask Mr. Slow. King needs companion. He's a, yeah, personal assistant dog. He needs, what is it? Animal companion. Yeah. I'm leaning toward Velimirovich style, like where I want to attack on the king side. But this is actually hard to criticize. Rook b3. Can white play e4? The bishop takes d4 is pretty nasty right away. But I mean, I think that white needs to like turn on the flashing lights and the siren at this point, because he's really close to lost. And he just plays king h1. I mean, this is kind of a weird move, honestly. But he's thinking offense. I don't know. Maybe you should just take this pawn. Do we need this time? Okay. Here, rook g1, cheapo. Now king h8. I don't know where to put your king. But I'm gonna say, like, at this point, maybe king f8 is best. Playing on the dark square. You have the possibility of running out in the center. You're averting the main threat. everything's under control on the queen side. If he tries to push or something, I mean, I don't think so. I feel like King F8 is actually safer. It almost feels like your king is separated from the other pieces this way. It's like you're saying togetherness. These are more togetherness somehow. You know, in normal cases, it would be a strange move to play King F8, but this is just a straight up cheapo. And you should absolutely be winning. I think, you know, you could also just play bishop G7. Most likely. Okay, I guess he has this. Maybe. He's still going to have that anyway. And it happens in the game. F4. You still haven't won a pawn, and he's defending his A3 pawn. Rook B2, Queen F1, Queen D7 is a good-looking move. And then F5. So now we've reached the point where it's getting, like, really annoying. Oh, man. Yeah, you kind of fiddled around for too long. I mean, it's hard to point the finger at, like, one specific move. But you absolutely have to be winning here. I think King F8 is a big moment. After King F8, it's hard to see how white... He has the Queen H6 thing, still. So let's say he does similar here. Even if he gets in E4 and Queen H6, you'd have Bishop G7. So that was, for me, I guess, the most important moment. King H7 and your king is, like, separated. Now, after this, it looks like you're in real trouble after F5. Now I'm seriously worried. Like, I mean, maybe we're, like, lost. It's hard to believe, though. Takes, check. Yeah, check, King H8. Check, King G7, check, King G8. So you can play, like, King G8. Maybe you can play Rook H8, King G8. That's the other possibility, like changing sides. For example, Rook H8, check, King G8, and then probably Queen G4. But then his queen is, like, vulnerable to attack here. It's still not that clear. This just looks like your king is a sitting duck here. And I want to go to F8. Wow. So Queen G2. King F8. Anyone? It's still not too late. Slung Prism is suggesting Bishop H4. It's yeah. Maybe. Bishop H4, it's outrageous. Yeah, I mean, there's no way, like, this should be a case where black's just hanging on, but that's the situation now. Here, Mule Skinner suggesting here, and then let's say, like, pawn takes pawn, pawn takes pawn. Black is literally hanging on. White doesn't have a clear threat. Looks safer than Bishop H4 to me. You played this. This is also very reasonable. That's actually a great idea. And then take, and now knight H5. And he's trying for knight F4. So that's a problem. We're gonna need some tactic here. So somebody was on the right track here. And if knight f4, well, can somebody explain to me what's going on? We're going to go into the ending. Take, take, check, take, take. And then white is suddenly, oh my god. Check. Well, black's fine, in any case. I can't believe how out of control this got. Rook AF1, just defending F2. Now he's starting knight F4. I mean, you could even potentially play G5, right? At some point. But being tied down to the D5 really sucks. So you played C3. This is committal, but understandable. Knight F4. And you played G5. And now, obviously, white has various options. He can try to attack your bishop on H4. Unfortunately, both those squares are covered. So really all that he can do is take the pawn. So queen takes d5 check, queen takes d5, knight takes d5. What's going on here? Black's down a pawn, but it's a strong pawn, and we're still attacking f2. Difficult to evaluate this position. I mean, it looks like it should be about equal. I don't think that either side is winning. So you literally have to play the rook down. Wow. I didn't think you'd have only one move there. And it's apparently equal. I'm not surprised at the evaluation. I am surprised like how few moves you have here. Well, the pawn's important. You can't afford to lose it. And rook c6 drops a rook. So this is the only move that defends the pawn. All right, you're not lost there. But he takes with a knight, which is probably similar in a way, but not the same. Oh, he missed 97 check. So on rook c6, he has 97 check. Reverso. Othello. Your bishop's holding the fort there. But that pawn better move fast. You're actually lost here. Whew. If you're lucky, he didn't see that. Time pressure. It looks like your dad. Those central pawns, he Polished you. He really polished you off here. Yeah, you played knight takes d5, rook c6 to defend your pawn. Maybe you had hallucination like the e7 square was covered. I don't know what else to suggest. You couldn't play rook b3. I didn't see another move, honestly, for you. Probably, you know, you're desperate here. Maybe you have to consider sacking in exchange. It looks like you might be lost, though. I think you're just lost. It doesn't matter, you're lost. Yeah, it's a miracle if you survived here. There's some cute tactics now. The rook takes h2 check. Oof. And then you win as queen, but what's going on? Is it so simple? You should be winning. That king looks really open. Queen c6 wins. No, it doesn't. Queen c6, queen d5. You cut him off. What a mess. Oh, that's a nice move. Rook c7. Now he sees the tactic with the fork. Limited number of squares available. And that's time to take rook takes e3, maybe. You can take all 3 pawns. Huh. You need to get both. So it looks like rook takes e3 is playable. It's the best move, but it's not good enough, even that. But I'm not in the least surprised that white failed to win in time pressure. Oof, that's a draw. Nah, that's a draw. All right. Interesting game. Okay, move 11 is next with the submission here. Polgar versus Spassky. This was... I'm not sure if this was... Move 11. Where's move 11? I don't want to compose a message. I just want to see what he wrote when he sent me this. Hey, submitting game Thursday night analysis stream. Okay. Well, that's instructive. Ah, the wrong study. All right. So it's just a random Polgar Udit versus Spassky game. 1993, Budapest. But instead of bishop f6, we must insist to see it. Instead of bishop f6, bishop e1 was mating. Say what? What bishop? What are you guys talking about? Bishop f6? Oh, you're the bishop. What? Well, I can't say I would have seen that. Holy shit. Wow. That's a beautiful combination. King g2, rook h2 check, king h2, queen h7, and then king g2, queen h3. That is pretty nasty. Who spotted this? Sun Prism? Was it you? Out of nowhere. White gets mated. I'm telling you, man, I never would have gotten mated because, like, when this dude took the pawn with the knight, I'm 100% taking with the queen with check. Always trade queens. Unless you're playing a grandmaster. But it isn't winning. You know, he's right, actually. Knight takes is the only winning move. But he also almost got mated. So there is that. Interesting decision. Anyway, all right, we got to move on. We got a lot of games to not get to tonight. I've got an hour and maybe 2 hours left in the stream. All right, so you did Polgar versus Spassky. 93. So Udit was really young. Udit was the youngest but the strongest, and I can't remember now. I don't think in 93 she was. I'm not sure she was yet the highest rated among the sisters. Yeah, she was 25.95 already. Wow, really? In 93? It says 93 question. Really? 93? She was already 25.95? I guess, maybe. It's a little surprising to me. I mean, I thought she wasn't that high rated by then. But if you think about it, I guess if you think about it, you did. Now, let me understand exactly. Udit was Udit older than Leiko? Here I am living in Hungary. I should know this shit. But I wasn't living in Hungary in 1993. I mean, I followed this stuff in New in Chess and everything else like everyone else. I'm trying to remember. Leiko was playing a lot in First Saturdays. Leiko was a prodigy. Udit, too. Polgar sisters were really getting started in the late 80s. Around 88, 89. So I guess she's already 25.95 by 93. That's pretty shocking. Okay, so e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5, a6, bishop a4, knight f6, castle, bishop b7, rook e1, blah, 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 blah. I just want to comment that, you know, as we all know, Boris Spassky was just a chess tourist. You know, Spassky, after, like, losing the match to Fischer, he basically, like, left the Soviet Union, went to France, and became a chess tourist. He was no longer a world champion. And he was never the same. And never really cared. I mean, never seemed like he cared that much, you know? He was just, like, happy and nice, and he's still alive, see? Not too much stress. If Spassky was stressed, he would be dead by now. So he's still alive there somewhere in France. The other guy is not. Yeah, it's a Breyer variation. Breyer. A relative of the guy who's going to buy my apartment, most likely. Actually, the guy who's going to buy my apartment knows the Polgars. And he goes, contact, he's in contact. Alright. Knight b8. Invented by Jula Breyer. Popularized by many players over the years. The knight was in a stupid place anyway. But my point is that Spassky is playing, like, what is this, some exhibition match? '93 he could still play, but he wasn't that serious. I mean, it was 92, the real deal, right? The 92 was the loss to Fischer in Serbia, which was like, I don't consider that. I don't really consider that to be, it's like an exhibition match, seriously. Spassky had no real chance against Fischer in the second match for sure. Maybe in 1982, it still could have been somewhat competitive. But definitely by 1992, Fischer was still capable of playing on a very high level, and Spassky was just taking draws. All right, so anyway. So this knight f1 is the main line. It's a little counterintuitive, but because you're taking like defense off of the e4. Thanks for the update, Netug. Even older than me. That's further evidence that he was totally beyond salvation by 1992. But the problem wasn't necessarily just his age. It's not like he's Vasil Ivanchuk, Netug. The guy, it isn't about age. It's like you're not trying anymore, There's a big difference. His age isn't the problem. It was his attitude and his like, he just didn't care, He wasn't competitive. He wanted to play tennis, bro, It's not because he's 55 that he couldn't beat Bobby Fischer. He couldn't beat Bobby Fischer because he didn't fucking care, He wanted to play tennis. Knight f1, bishop f8, knight g3, and then g6. And now b3 from Judith Polgar. I always hated this. I hate this plan. It's so artificial. If you put your bishop on this diagonal, then what the hell is covering this diagonal? Every time I've tried to play b4 or b3 in these Zaitsevs, I just end up feeling like, why am I like putting my bishop on this alternate diagonal? Maybe the more interesting thing about b3. I mean, I understand that black has played like g6, but the idea of building the wall with like c4 might be more useful than actual like putting the bishop on b2. Is knight b8 real? Damn. You might want to look up Jula Breyer on the Wikipedia. All right. Breyer juicy. So b3, d5. Liko. Polgar Unit Mamadjarov 2006. Yeah, I mean, I have to be honest, I don't like b3. I mean, a4. But you guys, now that I think about it, wasn't this the position that we saw years ago where our hero Gada Kamsky lost in the U.S. Championship against Wesley So? Or was that a different position? Is that like bishop g5? I mean, a4 is sort of standard plan, but this I was thinking was the Kamsky So. Let's see, yeah. So Kamsky. Okay, so this game was played like right around the time when I started streaming. And I think that we saw it, maybe not on my stream, but talked about it at the time. Bishop g5. I like it because it doesn't weaken White's position in any way. And then you just induce You just induce like a slight loosening in Black's king side, Reshevsky style, and then come back to the super macho d2. But anyway, like if you check out this game, like Wesley played against Kamsky. Can we ban Nedog for posting at chessbase.com? Link. All right. And Spassky hits the center with d5. This is apparently a well-known line. Now bishop g5, same idea. h6. And then here. Oh no, my bishop's trapped. So interestingly, Shirov played it with white. Polgar later had a game with Mamedyarov. David Navarro played his twice with white. I like Navarro's opening prep. He's very well prepared. Alex Scherzer versus Alex Lesiege. That's kind of suspicious. Scherzer and Udit were good friends. So, I don't know. Well, yeah, when white is like begging black to win a piece here with g5. Dangerous position to go into. So this was only ever repeated once by Barry Mulligan, whoever that is. I would assume he's probably not on the Irish seniors team. This game was played in 2021. So g5 is a critical test, and then white shockingly sacrifices a piece. Oh no. So h takes g5, bishop takes g5. Now, what's interesting is, which came first? 1993, question, or Scherzer Lesiege, which was probably played in the World Open, 1993, or New York Open. Let's see. Import, and there's no info. Beal interzonal. Oh, wow. That's surprising. How the hell did Scherzer qualify for the Beal interzonal in 1993? I'm confused. Did Scherzer somehow tie for first in the U.S. Championship, maybe, in that year? Maybe he did. Maybe that was the year he tied for first. That was played in interzonal. And what time of year was it? Does it say? Beal interzonal. Date? There's no date. So it's an interesting question. Which came first? Scherzer Lesiege or Udit Polgar Spassky? But it's very, very likely that Alex and Udit analyzed together. Later, when he was accused of some kind of criminal activity, Udit notably came to his trial as character reference. So they were good friends. All right, let's see. So Spassky allows the sacrifice? No, he doesn't want any of that. Yeah. Spassky doesn't want any part in that. It turns out that this is probably black's best. But Spassky obviously just assumed that white had like prep, so he wanted to avoid the prep. Take, take. Now we're still in an unpleasant pin here. And now Spassky plays g5. So this must like end up being like a worse version. Otherwise, like more players would have played this way for black. D takes e5, knight takes e4. So this is the point. Does white end up sacking a piece anyway? Hmm. So it's basically a trap based on this trick, rook d4. Interestingly, Barry Mulligan held a draw with rook takes e6. What is that? Is that an over-the-board game or some kind of correspondence? Yeah, this is ICCF. I won't be seeing Barry Mulligan at the... We won't be seeing Barry Mulligan at the World Senior Team Championship for Ireland because this is a correspondence game. But it's interesting that a player, who's fairly high rated in correspondence would go into this. That kind of means like the computer thinks it's okay. He held a draw in this position with rook takes e6 in a correspondence game. Rook takes e6, rook takes d7, queen f6. It's equal material, and black's pawn structure is a little bit messed up. You're expecting rook takes c7, and it didn't happen. So if rook takes c7, black takes the initiative with rook d8. White was slightly better, but black held a draw in that game. In this game, yeah, I mean, in this game, Spassky tried to hang on to the knight. So much for Petrosian's theory. Well, no, not really. So Petrosian said, if you have a chance, win material. Do you get at least a free hotel room? Have you been smoking mushroom vape with Asterbait? Or hanging out with those guys who come to my stream and they're like, hello, sir. Did you become an international master for the perks? Should I become an international master, sir? So I can get free hotel rooms? Are you smoking, like, crack or something? Yeah, maybe if I was like sucking up to Rex Sinkfield or something. No, even then I wouldn't. I have to be a GM. I'd have to be a GM at least. First, I'd have to suck up to Rex Sinkfield, and then secondly, I'd have to like be a GM. All right, F takes e6. Only if I win. Knight e5. Man, so he just allowed this. Jesus, dude. Oh my god. Yeah, what is Spassky even thinking? It's like he loses a piece anyway. It's just worse. This way you just give up the piece like immediately, but you can live. This way you're like not even like saving the piece, and you're just getting like even more destroyed. Maybe there's some sort of trick after knight takes d7 that he was hoping for. And here he still doesn't exchange. At this point, I'm like, I hate my position. Please, God, let me draw. I would play like rook takes. But he plays queen g5. And this is all like Scherzer, you did Polgar home analysis probably. Queen f3, rook d8, rook g7, queen g7, rook e1. Okay, so now finally we reached like a technical stage where the young Judith Polgar isn't really known for her endgame technique. Then maybe Spassky has a chance to hang on. I think this is the best that Black's position has been this whole game. Objectively, since he didn't know what he was doing in the opening. The best chances to save the game at this point, now, probably. I still thought like he would exchange pieces there after rook d7. But apparently it's really close. Queen g5 is narrowly the best move. It's very, very close. It's hard to decide. I mean, I probably would have taken here. But white can't take with the queen. She has to take with the knight. The knight just looks a little bit... It looks a little bit awkward there. Alright, so Spassky plays queen g5. He's clearly worse. And then we get a technical endgame. Defending c7, losing a pawn. Poor old Spassky. Senior citizen at 55. And now it's an endgame, if you want to call it that, but it's pretty bad. Asterbate gifting tier 1 sub, the ominous monkey. Yuta was really never regarded for her endgame technique. She's an attacker. But, I mean, White's advantage here is just too much. Seems strangely familiar to me, this position. Like, I've seen it before. It looks like she's pushing a little too fast. Like, maybe Black would have king f6. And these pawns are getting ahead of themselves. Kind of. Like, our rook and our king aren't exactly, like, well placed to support the connected pass pawns. Feels like we should do it a little more step by step. This is a weird move. Apparently he had bishop d4. Why is king f6 bad? Is it even possible White could play rook takes e6 check, king e6 and g7? But then rook d8, g8, takes, and the knight isn't great. That's probably not enough to win. That's definitely not enough to win. So, somebody explain to me why this doesn't work. King f6. No, maybe it's not a big deal. Maybe we have to play h5. I guess... It's possible the h5 is good. The threat is g7. You guys have a defense? Uh-oh. Oh no. Every time anybody puts NG something, they get, like, flagged. Net nog. You should make your handle net NG. White doesn't have to go immediately? I still don't know. This is winning. Yeah, I'm obsessed with sacking the rook. This doesn't work at all. No. Okay, my other question. Yeah, it just doesn't matter. And Black's lost, man. It's like he's just lost. King f8 isn't a mistake, really. This is totally over. Well, I mean, I think the moral of the story is that Spassky got pretty. He was pretty predictable, and Polgar studied with Alex Scherzer in his prime, and they probably studied this together when Alex was here in Budapest, and she just had this whole thing like prepped. I mean, it was kind of catching him in an opening trap. All right, next, Blind Bill Blunder, not here tonight. Secret Chinese opening analysis by our favorite Uber driver. Egghoven. Don't say that, Esther, but you might get flagged. Yeah, Uber driver only comes here to offer draws with 8 seconds left on the clock. Oh no, that was someone else. Well, anyway, he submits the games, but never actually like stays for the stream. The implication is from this that I had a game with Uber driver that was very similar, where I've been playing this A3 Gunsberg variation, and the implication from his submission is that, yeah, I was thinking that too, Sun Prism. Oh, no. D4 force. D4 sucks. Everything sucks. And then you die. But I like A3. But yesterday I had a game against this Bozo the Clown in the stream, and he played this. And like an idiot. Spectacular Camel, you're okay. We're worried about you. Last minute cancellation. I was afraid you weren't going to make it. Alright, guys. So, this was my game yesterday. I played Bishop C4. Rough day yesterday. A rough day yesterday is better than a rough day today. That's the takeaway. Right? Right. Does anyone not agree? Some people just want to get their rough day out of the way. So yesterday I had a game with this. I had a rough day yesterday too. I had a game with this, and I played the stupidest move ever, Bishop C4. I'm like, I just do like totally random things. Like, why would I play this? A rough day tomorrow might suggest a better day the day after that. Why would I play Bishop C4? Let me just ask a question. Like, here's the sort of point. If I don't like this, then why the fuck would I play A3, Bishop E7, Bishop C4? Because black can still do knight takes E4. I'm like an idiot or something. I've played A3 and black has played Bishop E7. Like, which move is more constructive? I don't know. You make the call. I mean, this is just dumb. Lionel Chesney. Lionel Chessy. Cristiano Ronaldo. It's all Ronaldo's fault that Hungary didn't make it into the European Final 16. Now, Ronaldo tried. He just couldn't do anything against Georgia. Embarrassing. All right, but how could Portugal lose to Georgia? Seriously. But really, Ronaldo was running as hard as anybody on the Portuguese team yesterday. He really, really, really tried. Seriously. Not to blame it on him. It was like the rest of the Portuguese team that like they can't beat Georgia or even draw. It was so funny because like no one in Hungary thought it was even possible. It wasn't even a consideration that like Portugal could lose. Everyone was really concerned the Czech Republic could maybe beat Turkey, but they just totally like dismissed like the maximum that could happen. Like Georgia can't possibly beat Portugal. It would be an upset if they drew. Well, guess what? They beat Portugal 2-0, and so Hungary's out. Yeah, they were already through, of course. But I mean, I give Ronaldo credit because he really tried. Seriously, and he did, exactly. No, it's a problem, of course. Yeah, when a team's already through, they're going to let up. But even letting up, you figure they're not going to lose to Georgia. All right, anyway, enough football talk. So I can't believe I played that yesterday. But this is like Black's preparation. So he expected or analyzed this. D5, e takes d5. No. If I play e takes d5, a3 has no point, really. I mean, it's playable, but it's just stupid. The point is to play bishop e5. And now, Black has a choice. Black can push or take. Or even take with the pawn. I don't know. Yeah, I've had take with the pawn. All that stuff. But anyway, he analyzed this. So this is his secret analysis. I think it's more like computer. So it looks like Uber Driver gives only knight takes e5, allowing, these type of things. But the problem is, you missed something. It looks like Queen e2 is the secret move. Queen e2, Caruana Kramnik. Oh no, this isn't good enough. I have a suggestion. Castles is 0-4. Oof. That's not good. So much for the castles variation. So let's see Uber Driver's line. Knight takes c5, queen g5. Knight takes c6, obviously playing for the initiative. Queen takes g2. Now rook f1 is forced. I looked at this once. a6. Knight takes d5. And there's a couple of games. I just want to go on the record saying that this Swedish guy, what is he, Swedish? Or just Swedish, right? He's not German, is he? Johann Sebastian Christiansen. This guy has good prep. Like, he has interesting not just good. I mean, he has interesting opening prep. I think he's Swedish. He was here for the Budapest Spring Festival once. Relatively younger grandmaster, like late 20s or in his mid 20s. He played here, actually, in a couple of tournaments, at least one. So I would see him playing interesting lines. A takes B, knight takes c7, check, king d7. Obviously, there's no king d8 in this position, so your options are fairly limited. And then knight takes a8, and then king takes c6. Well, it's a lot like a Schliemann, type of variation. You're singing the Swedish chef. Queen e2, bishop h3. And then white won this game. D3. Well, white won after knight f6. But Uber driver's line is queen f1, bishop f1, king f1, knight f2. Equalizing. Interesting. In the only game in the opening explorer, black played knight f6. That might be even better. It looks like bishop e3 is best. You might want to think about keeping the queens on the board, since black's king is in a very safe position here. No, it looks like this is totally playable. But I think that Uber Driver's goal is to force a draw in every game. So that's why he's excited about this variation. Bishop h3, d3, queen f1, bishop f1, king f1. And knight f6 is playable. You're down a pawn, though. The knight doesn't look real safe on a8. Yeah, I mean, it's like, how is that knight not getting trapped again? Excuse me? A4 I understand. But B4? Wow. That's insane. So I think that Uber Driver left out kind of the critical variations here. The knight can actually be saved by B4 with the idea of A4. Unbelievable. So whatever you do, we just play A4, and then if rook takes A8, there's pawn takes pawn check. And so if B takes A4, we just defend the knight. And it's all a draw. It looks like Uber Driver's line is just a lazier draw. Knight takes f2, bishop d6, whatever. Check, bishop e3, rook a8. And this isn't a draw, actually. This is kind of sharp. You might rather be black here, because it's harder for white to get his pawn majority rolling. You want, maybe these pawns are easier to get moving. All right, anyway, Blind Bill Blunder is here. That was a little bit of a short. Blind Bill Blunder surprising us with his presence, aka Yavanis. So, this is a blind game as black. Gonna turn off the engine here. Yeah, well, I mean, I admit, some Prism, that the A3 line isn't great. But ultimately, I don't know, that the Scotch is any better. And the problem is that you're playing that 4-9 Scotch, it's one of the most hackneyed sort of variations in chess. Sort of analyzed to death, literally. So at least with A3, I know Okhotnik, who's a Ukrainian grandmaster who became world senior champion in one period, he likes to play the A3. There's also bishop e2, and obviously we can play bishop b5, which is the most reliable move. I played bishop d3 in a game last week. All right. The exciting 3 and 4 knights games. So this is Bill Blind Blunder. The big blind blunder. Oh, it's some Prism's favorite defense. Yeah, it's like 98% draw. Hmm. If you like four-night Scotch, you're gonna love draws. But I'm not here to play the Scotch. I never had any intention of playing the Scotch. One last thing, all right? On the secret analysis, I'm just gonna say that yesterday, Drown the Clown played a3 bishop e7 against me. I think that d4 should be played. You either play d4 with an improved Scotch or bishop e5. I guess you could theoretically play like g3 or something. Well, obviously you can play d3. It's like I don't know, Steinitz in reverse. But anyway, I just moved something. So, Bill Blunder. Alright, Blind Bill Blunder is black playing the French. His opponent plays d4, d5, and then e5. Plays c5, white plays c3. Well, they just drafted a French player in the NBA again. No, the top 2 draft picks for the NBA are from France. If that makes you feel better, Sun Prism. What's up with that? Why are there so many tall people in France suddenly? Alright. c3, knight c6, and then the shocking bishop b5. Ooh, that's scary. This is a move you always want to see when you're playing black, I guess. Yeah, it's a typical noob move. It's like, my good bishop, gone. Sold. You want my good bishop? So, Blind Bill played queen b6, but my instinct is to play bishop d7. There was this famous Nimzovich game where Nimzovich did it with white, but I think it was a specific position where black played f6 too early or something weird. So there's the trap, like here, knight takes e5, winning a pawn. But Nimzovich did it in some position with white where, like, the guy won the pawn, but it led to these other problems. So it was kind of justified. Like, black had played f6. I didn't know it had a name. So I think if I'm playing blindfold here, I'm playing bishop d7. Well, I'm playing it anyway, in any case. I don't like pins, But Blind Bill Blunder seems to like pins. He'd be in that pin. Now, I would expect a lot of people to play like a4, probably. I really want to play one of these guys who's like 22, 2300, 2200 and plays like this with white. Bishop takes c6 unprovoked. Alright. Queen b6, a4 was not played. No, it was played. Okay, see, that's what I thought. At your level. That's not your level. You're playing below your level. That's like playing unrated noobs on my phone level, Sun Prism. Don't insult your level. Bishop d7. No time for pawn takes c5, so this looks fine. Knight f3, and now white is threatening to take on c5. Hans Joachim Hecht. Rings a bell. I have this like weird. I had this weird sort of flashback to this guy, maybe German or German German IM, GM IM, German IM. Maybe Mr. Slow would know. He's usually lurking out there somewhere. What is the procedure for submitting games? Procedure is to submit them before, earlier in the week. You have to be a subscriber as well. And then you can, but it's best if you do it in advance, because I have a limit. Like, we can only do like 8 or 9 or max 10 games. Yeah, I keep thinking like this guy was suggested as a friend on Facebook. But maybe I'm thinking of someone else. I definitely feel like I've seen Hans Joachim Hecht before. He might be dead. In that case, it was a while ago. C takes d4, necessary. C takes d4, recapture. And then blind Bill Blunder played bishop e4 check. But I'm not a fan of bishop e4 check. Keep in mind, black is playing blindfold without sight of the pieces. Here online blindfold, not over the board blindfold. But in any case, I think the problem with this is that you're encouraging a bad exchange for you, and maybe you've got something I don't see. But I think at the end of the day, White has this response, which is obviously reasonable. And he doesn't mind trading his bad bishop for your good bishop. And secondly, he could probably just self-pin with knight c3. I mean, this move is the riskiest, which would involve like sacrificing a pawn. Even that looks shaky because of my king being in the center. But I think bishop e4 check is mistaken. So the question is, like, if bishop e4 check isn't good, what should we do? I don't know. I mean, the first guess would be just develop with knight e7 and the idea of knight f5. You can obviously play a6. And if he takes, and that's fine. If he tries to go back, he gets hit by knight b4. And it doesn't look good. Knight f d7. Close, Sun Prism. Knight f d7 is illegal. That's a nice try, though. If anybody tries to play knight f d7 on me here, I'm gonna report him to the arbiter like right away. He's got dementia. I've seen it before. I'm going to keep an eye on him the next time he makes like an en passant capture. Some person hasn't mastered the algebraic memorization of the squares yet. I sometimes do like backward. Alright, so I don't like bishop e4 check. Bishop d2, I'll give him a break because he's blindfolded. Trading pieces is like, okay, that makes it easier, right? I can hear you about us out there being like, bishop e4, you see? But do I know this guy? Look at this comment. I did not read this. Bishop e4 was played to trade a set of pieces off. I can predict. I know how he thinks. He's blindfolded. But you wouldn't do that in a normal game. A4 compromises White's position really a lot. And so at the end of the day, like even the exchange, this bad exchange for black isn't so bad because his position is so compromised by this A4. Now like the dark squares ironically are kind of weak. I'm on the fence about a6, but I see, I don't know. I see dead people all the time. Why do I keep seeing Hans Joachim Hecht? It looks like a6 is just courting bishop d3. You're just begging this guy to, like, avoid that exchange, but it's probably fine. He plays bishop e2. This is objectively a better square. Setting up Greek gift sacrifices that don't work. If knight b4, it's like BFD. And so I think the bigger issue for white is probably like these squares. But still, a6 can't be criticized as a really bad move. Oh shit, d4 is hanging. Why do you have to reveal all my fails there? You know how there's usually a discovery, there's none here. Well, we'll just pretend it's a Milner-Barry gambit. Not the best Milner-Barry gambit, but alright, no, you're right. You're right. So he has to play bishop e2. Well, that's okay. And also on knight f5, we can... I don't know. I'm starting to wonder if he should have just exchanged his bishop on c6 at this point. Maybe I like that better. This is ugly. That's not great. The only salvation is the g4. Try to take the pressure off of d4. A hugely compromising move for black anytime. And his queenside's already like kind of compromised. So, okay, he doesn't want to do that. Castle, castle, and then a5. So, I'm not really like a huge fan of a5. It's obviously playable, but giving up the b5 seems kind of like counterintuitive. You go blind if you play too much blindfold. That's something else. That's why I have to play blindfold. You're getting worried about him playing a5 now? Now? You forgot his rook was on d1. You thought it was the other rook on d1. This must be like the point where he starts to have hallucinations that the other rook is on d1. I'm not worried about a5. You've got it covered twice. If he had a rook on a1, I could kind of understand. Now you've got a problem with the b5 square. You're still very solid. I would... I would also have to argue for at least considering the capture on b5. What happened to trading pieces? Okay, it's not forced. And this is definitely an uh-oh. If I'm playing a correspondence game, I am not happy this guy just played knight g5. It's like, what is he doing over there? It's like Battleship. It feels like playing Battleship. Like he's in the right sort of zone. He's getting close to my Battleship. He just missed by like one square. And then h6. Knight h3, and then knight a2. Oh my god. Bro, there's no way I'm playing knight a2 in a correspondence game. I think he's cheating. If you're playing knight a2, you must be peeking, dude. Asterbate talks about peeking. This is highly suspicious, knight a2. I mean, this is the same guy who played a5 because he's worried about a5. Now he's playing knight a2. Dude, there's no way I would play that move. Not in a million years. Knight a2. Very carefully in a sighted game. The number one rule of blindfold chess is, I guess, like not leave any of your pieces unprotected. Probably. So, and this guy has to be annoying and play that. Now draw. And you decline to draw. He's a regular Velimirovich. He wouldn't take the draw. Triple attacking d4, rook d1. Now is d4 overloaded? No. It's close. I don't know how much you calculated that tactic almost first for black, but he has the back rank defended by bishop f1. So this is a good move, actually. Knight a7, very subtle. I think that's my favorite move of the game. Knight a7. Oof. The opponent very uncompromising. Is there some special rule about like valuing your bad bishops higher in blindfold chess or something? Do bad bishops go up in value? Is that how it works? Rook takes c1, rook takes c1. Oh no. Oh no. Was that important, Master? Would you rather have a bad bishop on d7 or a knight on h3? I'll take the bad bishop. Boom. Second pawn. Back rank is not weak. Bishop takes f1. What bad bishop? And another pawn. And now you're threatening queen takes c1. And he defended it accidentally. Isn't that the worst? You're sitting there, you're like, please, 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 blunder the 4. And the guy accidentally defends against it. He plays knight f4, but he has no idea. You're like, oh my god. He didn't see the fork at all, but he accidentally defended against it. Alright, we'll play g5. And there he goes again. Again, accidentally defending against the fork. Now you can play knight e2 check. Problem was, it doesn't do anything. So you went queen e2. I can't believe you didn't give him one more chance. You gotta give him one more chance, no? Then he has rook d1. This forces an exchange of queens. It's very disappointing, though, not to win a piece. He forced an exchange of queens, rook e1. Yeah, I mean, I would say you were, like, excited. Until the next move, I would say that Yabatis was sighted. So you finally made a blunder on move 30. What were you thinking? How did you calculate his pawn wasn't on g2? I don't know, I messed up the game numbers, Mule Skinner, but you're last. This is actually game number 5. It's actually 5. Sack? What do you mean it's a nice looking sack? Dude, you're like totally winning. Who's sacking a piece here? No, he thought he had moved his g-pawn, and he was mistaken. The last thing I wanted to do was not trade queens. Can't believe you did this. So total chaos. And here you have an end node draw with queen g4. He's just letting that pawn go. Wow. He has this rook move. Sack the queen? No. Good thing you didn't sack your queen. Queen e4 is good. It attacks e5, and that would be controlling the queening square. So actually, queen e4 looks like game over. Unless he has queen e3. I mean, rook e3. He does. Okay, rook e3. So this is essentially like kind of offering a draw. Essentially, repetition. Queen g4, rook g3, queen e4, rook e3. I mean, after dropping a piece, you have to consider taking a draw, I think, very seriously. Oh, no. Yeah, I had a game like this at the World Senior last year against some German guy where he was defending and defending and defending in London. And then finally the last move was something like the same, like boom. And has to resign. He doesn't resign, sadly. Now we have to win all over again. Again, blatant refusal to exchange queens. Probably a good call. If you had traded queens, he's going to win your pawn on g4. I think you're winning. But it might have been difficult to calculate that at that point. Drum? Oh no. Oh no, there's no mate. There's no mate. Not immediately. It's not that easy. Check. You gonna win the queen? You just won the queen. I think there was a mate there somewhere. Finally got here after work. Alright, discombobulator. So I've got, that was our final position from the blind Bill Blunder game. This is now we're going to game number 6, 7, 8, 9. You can always upgrade. You can, yeah, there was better ways. He had a mate, but he was blindfolded. Vinewu. It was a blindfold game. You can, what's the word I'm looking for? Upgrade your game submission by bidding, like Polish Airlines. I can upgrade my seat. Discombobulator just upgraded. He upgraded with a bid of $30. 12 minutes ago, in fact. I don't understand why I don't hear these notifications. I thought I had the sound turned on. Maybe I turned my laptop sound down a little bit too much. But I didn't hear anything, like bling. Discombobulator, thank you, bringing us up to 2100. We are now halfway to master. There's your beer money. Would be interesting to play a classical game and not see the clocks. I think that, yeah, there should be features to like make the clock invisible. I like moving the knights, like being able to turn my knights, like dials. I would seriously like donate $5 to lichess for a feature that makes the knights like oven dials. I'm tired of my knights pointing the same way all the freaking time. I like to point my knights toward the front. You know, so they're not going right, they're not going left. Actually, you know what I do during tournament games? I'll point them like the direction they're going, you know, or in the direction of the opponent's king. Does anybody else do this? If I'm like attacking, I'll start pointing my knights at their king. A lot of people do forward. My default is like, yeah, what am I thinking? My default is have them facing each other. Do you have an innie or an outie? Outies is really weird. Only like wackos do like knights facing outward, opposite directions. That's like disturbing. I mean, it's the only asymmetrical piece, so the way you point it is very, very psychologically important. Discombobulator is here. Now, this is a game by Sun Prism. Probably like Bullet or something. What do we got? Boko Haram playing white. Sun Prism with black. It's d4 knight f6 e3. The UGG. Not as bad as the London, but also putting them backwards. Yep, that's a classic. Also, I'm sure it's done. I never tried pointing mine backward. I always felt a little retarded. Drunk, maybe like sideways, outward facing. But it's also like an indication of your political leanings. Like if you point them to the right, you're like a Trump supporter, and if you point them to the left, you're going like tonight's the debate with Trump and Biden. If they're left leaning, they're Biden supporters. And I will tell you guys a funny story that I've told before on the stream. But I had the situation where I had this one game where I was playing another strong player around the same rating as me, slightly higher, and it was a team game, and I didn't know if he wanted. He was white, and I didn't know if he wanted to try to beat me or if a draw was good enough. And it's always awkward. I don't like offering a draw before the game, unless it's someone I really know really super well. And I don't like insulting people by like offering a draw with black, especially against a guy who's like 50 points higher than me. I think it's insulting. It's not my place to offer a draw with black. I would offer a draw with white. So, but at some point, like on move 1 or move 2, he started like, it was weird. I think he like intentionally put his pieces off center. I have no evidence of this. I didn't ask him. It's like a don't ask, don't tell policy. I visibly noticed in the first 10 moves before we agreed to a draw, he started putting his pieces off like askew. And I was like, oh my God, I've been playing chess for like 35 years. And I never knew, like, I think like putting your pieces on like askew, slightly askew positions is like secret grandmaster speak for offering a draw. You didn't, where else would you learn? Oh my God, I never knew that. I'm like, wait a minute, what's going on here? Why are all of his pieces like a little bit like off center? It started to have this like conspiracy. I was like, I think he's offering me a draw of some secret like code. So I waited until like move 11 or something, and then sure enough, he offered a draw. I was like, There was never any like confirmation though, you know? So I just have this like theory. There's like a secret unwritten language of like the pre-game during early game draw offer. If the opponent starts putting their pieces like slightly off center and they're white, like I think it means they just don't care. Fun killer, conspiracy theory killer. That's possible too. All right. What? That I think I've never seen anyone do. That's funny. I kind of prefer not to castle right away when I'm playing black. because you never know when someone's going to go crazy. Like I told Asterbate had this game where it was like, how was it now? Mm, what was that? But anyway, yeah, I mean, you've got a choice: D6, C5, or D5. You know, how do you want to set up your center is really the most important thing here, or none of the above, like B6, some kind of ultra hyper modern double fianchetto. You know what you want to do. I would argue that castling is secondary here. So if you want to play D6 or D5 or C5, you go ahead and do it. You don't need to castle yet. I personally prefer C5 because I think it puts the most pressure on White's position. But obviously there's nothing wrong with castles now. H4. So how do we deal with this like unsound H4 crap? There's the auto stop H5, the Yasser, which is like trying to stop it halfway with like H6, or just let it go. If you're gonna let it go, how do you let it go? Well, strike in the center is the answer to a wing attack. So theoretically, there's a very strong argument for C5 here. What I really want to do is rip the center open and then hit him with a quick like opening of the whole position with like the E file. But I think that Sack Draw's attitude is very typical, but also possibly like a misconception that I've tended to do myself at times, like worrying about H5. I should try to play Bishop G4. But I'm not so certain that's the best approach. The first thing I feel is like probably C5, and the other possibility is obviously like this with a quick E5, but I guess it's much more effective if we get C5 in first. So if you could do C5, White just goes, we're trading pawns. Probably that helps White in this instance. Not that effective. I think we probably have to take the pawn here. Not have to. Should might be a better word. Can we put more pressure on the center? I mean, I'm not really scared. This is kind of a bluff. So it's entirely possible that Black's best procedure here would be something like Knight C6. But I think that Alpha Zero might turn around and go H6 on your ass. It may be that H6 is more dangerous than opening the H file because of the long-term effects it has on you, like spatially. But anyway, I can confidently say I don't think I've ever faced this exact position. But another reason to play sort of something else first. Why commit yourself? This is maybe the bigger point. Like, why commit yourself? Particularly in the London. They do it. These noobs who play the London, they just do like Bishop F4. Same thing with the Bishop on F4. And I'm very reluctant to castle because I know they're going to do like the Caro-Kann attack. Like Bishop F4, E3, C3, Queen C2, Knight D2, H4, castles queenside. So I'll just delay castling. I mean, I'm not going to like... It's very committal. So anyway. No games with H4 here. You know, there's also the barrier attack element of this position, where Marky Mark would play like with Bishop on E2. Really disappointed because I'm going to the World Senior Team Championship and Hebden's not playing. And he's like the only one of the English grandmasters I'm really friendly with. So that sucks, you know. Like I think last time he played in the 60, at least in the 65, he's not going to be there. I checked both teams. So h4, h5. This, yeah, it's fine, but it's just like a concession. And now white, what should white do? Well, I mean, h4 is unsound, but it's like throwing bad money after good money, right? So I raise, like I'm playing poker. If I raise too much pre-flop, does that mean I have to continue to play like an idiot? Not necessarily, right? h4 is like a troll move, but that doesn't mean that like white's best move is to continue to play like a moron, Objectively, white probably has a better move than this. But alright. It's consistent. And I like d6. But again, I would say c5 is your best bet. Ideally, I'd like to get in trade d6 e5. Just blow it all up. Also, you get your queen out. That could play a role. Oh my god. It's like the Barry attack down a tempo with no bishop on f4. This is like the worst move ever. So why did you put your bishop on d3 in the first place? The other thing is Sun Prism. Honestly, I know that you very clearly had this plan of playing in a traditional King's Indian way here. But remember, this pawn is part of your kingside structure. So if you play c5, if you attack the center with c5 rather than with e5, it keeps like more pawns back to protect your king. I understand that like that's your typical like mode of operation, but this is not a standard position. I mean, the bottom line is this guy is like doing retarded stuff. And so we can't just rely on what we usually do. I think that c5 is definitely better here. If he takes, you don't have to allow a trade of queens, although that's probably fine. You can play queen a5 check, and I think this is probably fine to take with this either way, like here. It's a little safer to play c5, but e5 is fine. Now you've got increased, control of g4. g4 is not a thing. He plays this stupid move c3. Okay. Now, how do we get him? That's where I'd rather have the c5 in. If you play c5, he'll kill the game by some kind of exchange. So there's a real case to not play this. I guess if we're gonna play it, we go whole hog with like c5. Again, I think this is his only valuable real estate here. I think you should still play c5. The center is where it's at. And if he does this and trades queens, you even have queen a5 check, but I would just take and allow this ending, and you're just better here. You should be better here. He does have one move here, which I doubt. I kind of doubt that even works. Maybe it could work. You have rook d7. I don't love this, and I also don't love knight d5. So we'll have to be careful about it. Alright, the knight on g5 is a little annoying. You probably have to like check there. But I think that fundamentally maybe we should make some kind of constructive move here that that's like used universally valuable, like queen e7 or something. Just a normal King's Indian move, and you introduce this idea and avoid those queen exchanges and stuff like that. So, okay, c3, typical new, playing white. You trade off your central pawn, and then bishop g4. You're safe. You're safe here. Everything's okay, and you're ahead in development, and your king is safer, but he does have a central majority. So, he's kind of solid, and I think he ought to probably play what he played, f3, yeah. I think this is the right decision for white at this point. You know, he has a very artificial position, and that's a tempo. He weakens himself, but he has a stronger center. So now, where to go? And bishop f5 just creates more problems. So it looks like you did the right thing going here, and your plan should be c5. And this is exactly the same thing that I was talking about in the first game with the second game with the other guy versus Sean. If you play d5, your pawn structure is, you have a lot of space, but you have no breaks. So I think rather than playing for d5, we should try to tear him down. Now it's not that easy. I mean, because he can reestablish his pawn here. We'll see. Okay, knight c3. This is not a bad move, and I'm going to say the same thing I said with the other game. This is not a bad move. You're getting your space, but you need to consider this. My concern here is this, and this. And then you have to evaluate. White has a tremendously strong pawn on e4, but on the other hand, there is something kind of artificial about White's position, like his king position, lack of control of d4. I think that black is okay. But yeah, probably not as good. It's probably best to do what you did. But in retrospect, let's consider another possibility. What if he had gone e4 and not knight c3? I think now it's a totally different scenario. You don't really have d5 anymore. So it's either c5 or c5. Now it looks like you literally have to play c5, because otherwise you're going to get overrun, and you're going to get your ass handed to you. You could try like knight c6, but I think it's too slow. It looks a little slow, because we traded off our central pawn. You might want to rethink that exchange earlier. E takes d so early. So anyway, I think after d5 you're okay. It's a weird game like game 2 we saw. And this is just totally over the top. Yeah, knight e8. Nah. We need this knight here, unfortunately. Yeah, I'd love to kick that knight out on this monkey. But it's probably, if you want to kick the knight out, your best shot would be like knight h7. But we don't have that now. No, I think we're going to live with it. But this is really... This guy went over the line. Like, at this point, I think his position is still Meridus. Position emeritus. You could even play, like, you know, I don't know, Larry Christensen would play, like, king f2. Like, it's Trompowski or whatever. You know, any good player might just play king f2 here. It's a, you know, standard pork chop attack or whatever. But this is insane. You know, this is not a principled move. And this is a great move. I don't care if this is like sound according to the computer or not. You're playing in the right spirit with this move. This is totally justified. I love it. I love c5. We have several options. You know, if he takes, which is what I would expect, because 99% of people are like materialistic. The first option would be to just develop. The second option, maybe bishop c6, with looking at this and like d4. And you can bring your knight to d7. I think you have tremendous, massive play for black. Better for black. So I think c5 is the exclamation point. G takes h5. And just think here. You've got to decide, do you want to just simply take on h5? Maybe. Because this is potentially a threat. And you're pressuring d4. You lose the d5 pawn. But that also needs to be calculated, because if he takes on d5, you take here. You're opening up the position of white's king is clearly, so I think you could play it either way. You took, he takes back, you take on h5, now you just have a good structure. And everything's good here. This is probably like +3 for black now. He's working his way to like 5 isolated pawns. I think his max is 4 now, though. King in the center with 4 isolated pawns. And all the pieces on the back rank. Yeah. This is great. And now you just don't really want to trade queens, necessarily. But it looks like even that is crushing. So you allow the exchange because your development is too much. I think you could also play knight c2 check here. This looks like his rook is in trouble at the very minimum. So maybe it was like simpler to do that. Castles, congratulations. Knight g3, yeah, this is a massacre now. So it's an official massacre. Belamirovich wouldn't have taken that exchange, Saksak. I mean, some prism, that was very materialistic. Belamirovich would have been going for the kingside attack. Yeah, this is nice. No, this is a phone noob. But you made him look bad, that's our job. To make, like, noobs look stupid. You played this in a very principled way. White offers a draw. Don't you love that? Are you sure he didn't get a gift sub on my stream? This guy must have been one of our gift subs in my simul. He offered a draw here. Damn. Maybe if there's no pawns left. And I would still torture him. And I wouldn't feel bad about it. Oh. Oh no. Why not another draw for... Okay, anyway. Clearly it's over. Okay guys, we got 3 games left. Learning chess, good job. A little slow in the opening. This is learning chess. I'm just going to go over this quickly. He's in shaky territory here with the gift sub. This better not be like an 81 move game. Good, it's quick. So, queen b6. Yeah, one of my favorites. I like this. What's it called? I always forget the Greek guy. The Greek variation. This is Godiva. Okay, it has another name. The Greek grandmaster who played it a lot. But I can never remember his name. It's not a stereotypical Greek name. Asterbate, thank you. You didn't know about Queen b6. I played it like 20 years ago. And it can transpose, but there was this player. It's not like some unknown line. It's not that popular these days. But alright. So white's supposed to play knight b3. Saksak draw gifting a sub. Got a Kamsky's pet line? Come on. Kamsky usually plays e6. Gata likes to play mostly like Khan Sicilian. So, but Gata's never been much of a theoretician. That's his weakest. part of the game. I think if Gata was great in openings, got a better chance of challenging for the World Championship seriously. Gata was taught, yeah, not to really like focus on openings, old school Russian style. So this is dubious. I had someone play this against me. Good. Where's the guy? He's not here. Well, nobody plays bishop e3. I'm shocked to see Almashi played that. Yeah, Almashi, I don't know what he's doing. This is a dubious gambit. You're not supposed to play bishop e3. You absolutely play knight b3 here. And knight b5 is a alternative variation. Don't play knight takes c6 and don't play bishop e3. You know, you either move the knight to b5 or you move it to b3. Mostly you move it to b3. This is mainline. Yeah, so now white apparently can play knight b3. The point is the queen can come back out here and escape back to safety. But Learning Chess played this, sacking a whole rook move. And so Black wasn't aware of the idea of queen e5. I'm not sure, though. Maybe he should take the rook. If you take the rook here, check, king here, takes. Maybe the point is that the knight can get trapped on a8 now. How are you going to rescue your knight? Not. So this is a gamble that didn't work out for white in that variation. This didn't happen though. He played king d8, so Black overreacted. Panic, and now white automatically has compensation for the sacrifice pawn. It's a Hotel California, yeah. Just the fact that the king is on d8 gives white compensation for his sacrifice pawn. It's too much of a concession. Black king will never be safe now. So there's no need to like sacrifice a rook or something like that. a6, weakening the b6 fatally. Now you have bishop e6 check. If you play bishop e6 check, king e8, knight c7 check, the question is, we'll just start taking stuff, right? This is a disaster. And the black is just lost. A very nice mate. All right, next. Speaking of nice mates, we're almost finished. Afterbait. Thank you, Discombobulator, for that $30 donation, taking us up to $2,100 earlier. Guys, we got $100 to go for the petty cash fund because I'm totally broke, and my lawyer took what little money I had left. So now basically, I'm going to Prague on Monday, and I have my credit card, and whatever cash we accumulate, and hopefully I'm going to get my apartment sold in the next month, so I don't go homeless or get bankrupt. But anyway, thank you guys for donations. Our goal is surpassed, but we'd like to reach 2200, so we're a master for Monday. All right, this is Astrobate playing white, knight f3, b6, b3, b6, bishop b2, symmetrical, and then c4. So essentially a kind of English. And then black played d5. And now Astrobate went into, right, Vinewu. Yeah, young people these days, they don't even know who the Eagles are. I was never an Eagles fan, but I probably can't count how many times I heard that song on the radio. I kind of miss like being forced to listen to classic rock on the radio. There's something about being forced to listen to music that maybe you don't like that much. It you pick out things you do like. We have it easy today. Everybody just listens to whatever exactly they want to listen to. But A3 Astrobate. What is this? Martin, you're playing like Martin Appleberry. The guy was here when I first came to Hungary to play. Or maybe he had been here. Martin Appleberry. Yeah, I guess I didn't meet him. He was a local legend. Alright, A3. Yeah, I guess he's French. So lives in France. Some expatriate. Don't know if he's still alive. He had been a legendary figure here in the late 90s. A3. Unnecessary. Bishop d6. And now knight to c3. Knight is called for interference. But this is an interesting dispute whether this knight should go to d2 or c3 in such positions. Knight c3 is more active, but it interferes with the bishop on b2, thus, Jula Breyer's idea of playing knight b8. Just made a donation. Did it not go through? You may have made a donation, but it went into the slush fund by accident. Let me check the slush fund. We use the slush fund for various things. That's tax exempt. Tax exempt slush fund from Gypsy, $25. Thank you very much. Yeah, it did not go in the main donation. It did not go in the donation thing. It went directly to me without being put into the notifications for the grand total. But thank you, Gypsy 99999. You have been supportive in the past. Thank you for your donation. It's trip. I'm going to Krakow to play my first tournament in several months. Very generous. So $25 donated from Gypsy. So black's basically playing a Zukertort Kali system. Looks good. Astrobate has he has a like OCD. No, it's more like I don't know, obsessive compulsive. That's OCD. Fetish. It's a fetish. He has fetishes. It's not the same thing. Nedog knows what I'm talking about. No, he has fetishes. It's not the same as OCD, where you like have to do certain setups. He has to like tap his feet like 3 times. A3 followed by rook c1 has to be played. Okay, these aren't bad moves. They have good Czech beer. I would imagine southern Poland is practically, next to the Czech Republic. So logic would dictate, in addition to good vodka, they probably have good Czech beer. And even Polish. Do the Polish even make beer, though? You never see Polish beer. Right? Don't talk about beer. Making me thirsty. Alright. We never use our donation money toward anything, Well, okay. Coffee and beer fund. Oh my god, knight c6. So he places his own knight in front of his bishop. That's something I've never seen anyone do here. Wow. So 100% we're expecting like c5 or possibly knight on bd7. Maybe even a5 for that matter. But this is a very unusual move. And the only path for that knight is through the middle or through e7. Asturbate's funny, like 9 out of 10 times when he does this, it's a mistake. But I think this might be one of the only occasions where he's done this where it's actually not a mistake. Oftentimes he'll do it at the drop of a hat. Dropping a knight on g5, moving knights twice. This looks justified to me. Driving that bishop back to e7 is actually completely valid. The problem is you are going to get your own knight driven back eventually as well. But in addition to gaining some time, you also have the option to go to d4 in some cases. It may not be bad. You might even have a tactic here somewhere. You're close, it feels like black is close to falling victim to some kind of tactic. With the pressure here. But I don't quite see it. I don't think you have anything there, any sort of knockout blow. So you got lucky. He played a6. And that gives you the dark square bishop. And this is concrete. This gives you an edge. Normally, like, pawn takes in this type of structure would be reasonable. If he does pawn takes, this looks good. And black would have most likely to take with the knight when you have a very strong center and a very powerful bishop on the long diagonal. Or, he could say bye-bye to his pawn structure. Or you could even go more extreme and take on f6. But it's a pity to do that. I don't really like jettisoning our powerful bishop on the long diagonal. Well, that's what I'm talking about, Mule Skinner. I mean, is it really worth it to give up such a powerful bishop for a small, like, static pawn advantage? And now d4. There's definitely a case to be made for it. I think that it's viable. It's a matter of style, so to speak. Okay, so knight takes d6. He takes with the queen. That's probably best for black. Take with the queen here. And then, again, this is tempting, but do you really want to do that? Because that's your best piece on the board. And if you take on d5, this is an ugly structure, but there's also queen takes d5. So I just don't really love taking on f6. So he takes here, and black takes with the queen. And it looks like he should take with the pawn to keep better control of the center. Takes with the queen. This is his idea. Bishop c4. And then queen h5. This is all very logical. Asterbate can be satisfied with strategic gain with the bishop pair. Right. Find out. No, he plays very rationally here. Black has some threats with this sort of Siberian attack. I mean, bishop e2 is a really good move. You open up your rook. You've got rook c4. I'm already obsessed with this. He did this in a recent game. He loves rook mobility. I swear I didn't see it in advance. And now there's an attack against g2, so he castled. Now watch this, right? Watch this space. But black just couldn't be, like, reasonable. So c7 is a huge problem. That's why you should have never put your knight on c6. Bro. So now black has to play something stupid like rook c8 in order to be able to move his knight. But instead, he makes this move, which is bogus. It's just bogus. What does this do that doesn't do? You know, you're just doing nothing. You're just like putting your queen on a different square where it does the same thing. Terrible waste of time. And now he begs Asterbate. Asterbate was already waiting to play rook c4, I guarantee you. He was already planning on rook c4. You know, from the moment he brought this bishop back here. This was already part of the plan. He loves lateral rook moves. Now the guy forces him to make the lateral rook move. Queen d5. And I see this, and then like this. Queen c2. Rook d8. You pulled the trigger here kind of early. Asterbate, I'd be careful with that ripcord on your parachute next time, okay? You have an itchy, like, ripcord finger. I think maybe you might pull your cord a little too early. I think you should probably wait and play, like, rook h4 first before doing it. But I think he was afraid that maybe e5 would be an issue. But truthfully, White's attack looks so irresistible here. So he was afraid he wouldn't get another chance. He pulls the ripcord now. Takes. And now... I don't know if this helps. Check. It's interesting, though. Not sure if it's beneficial to bring that king to h8 or not, because it gives black rook g8. This could still go south. Rook h4, and now black has literally two defenses. Either f5 or queen f5. Queen f5 is ugly. Ugly but effective. I'm afraid that if he did queen f5, you just have to suck it up and go for the triple pawns. Well, +6 is kind of an exaggeration, sex-like draw, but I'm sure that white has a very large advantage. Maybe +3. But black played h5. This come on now. The only other serious option is f5. Well, this is the most serious option. White has also, you know, possibly some kind of in-between move. And I don't think like queen takes f3 is gonna save him. That kind of thing. Maybe though. You know, wouldn't it be amazing if that worked? Could you imagine if that worked? Like take knight e5, bishop e2, rook g8 check, king h1, knight takes f3. Look out. Nothing bad could possibly go wrong here. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. No problem whatsoever. Just move along. And e4. Makes Jack Nicholson eyes. Wendy, put down the bat. Put it down. Does e4 save white? Really? Oh my god. It does. It does. Wow. Yeah. He's better off taking with the bishop on f3. Anyway, this is just fun. This is just for fun. I was just suggesting this, but no, it's not a safe move to play bishop c4. Even Asterbate knows that. But the question is, after rook h4, what black's best defense is, and I think that objectively it's either f5 or queen f5. He plays this. This looks bad. This looks bad. Beep, 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 beep. Now, I expected you to go for like a deflection here, Asterbate. He was probably keenly aware of this type of possibility. But e4 is a possibility. I was thinking maybe e4 would work. The problem is like you only win a pawn. You know, say for example, queen c5, you might only win a pawn in this kind of thing, although it's a pretty good pawn, I would say. This looks promising. So he goes h5, queen c3, and it looks like black is hanging on here. He has king g7. Is knight g5 a move? Oh my gosh. Now come on, Mr. Slow. h5, knight g5. You're just begging. You know you're begging for this. Queen takes g2, king takes g2, knight check. Is e4 a move? Does this work? Wow, white's winning. Oh my god. King h3. Knight takes c2. And then you get mated. Rook takes h5 check. King g7. Knight e6. F e6. Rook g1 check. Everyone saw it except for you. Check here. Check. Check. Here. Check. Here. And then the quiet move, rook takes f7. And then mate on the next move. Everyone saw that. Except for me. So Asterbate played queen c3. And yeah, it's a nice game. But now the h5 falls. So objectively, black should play king g7. And Asterbate, it's not clear this is so easy after this. So you let him off the hook. Mr. Slow is correct. You've got to be more incisive here. My boring move is the most accurate. Mr. Slow's move fails to f takes g5. Oh my god, he walks out. F takes g5. Oh no, he's getting away. That's the problem. So there's the Karpovian knight e1, defending g2, by the way. Or the caveman-like e4. Rook h3 is strong. Well, anyway, h5 is a horrible move. So the best is queen f5 with tripled pawns. The second best is f5. And then h5 is the third option, which is really bad. But you let him off the hook. He has to defend the f6 pawn, but not hang the h pawn, so he has to play king g7. Or possibly, yeah, that's it. Now this pawn is important. Defending g2. Uh-oh. There's no queen sacks here that work. Man, Aspirate had to endure. He had to endure an enemy attack for a bit here. And then the guy sacked his bishop on g2. This doesn't even work. You could take it and walk your king up to f3. But instead he has this. Take the knight, and now you're threatening knight f5. And so now black must try queen h3. And unfortunately, Azerbaijan has this. And that's it. Too many threats. Oof. And the pawn. And the bishop. And the queen and everything. Okay, good job. Great game, Azerbaijan. Great game. Here, here. Hooray. Alright, last game, Mule Skinner versus Raul. Thanks again to Gypsy9999 and Discombobulator and Mr. Slow for 3 donations today. Bring us up to over 2,100. Let's make 2,200 for a master. Oh, my game. What time is it? Jeez. Alright, it's late. Time for dinner. It's our last game. Guys, Friday, tomorrow is Blitz Challenges. Sunday, Simul is still on. And then I'm off to Prague on Monday. Alright. By the way, those of you who just arrived, I calculated with 32 teams, our team will be 5th seed, and we will play the Irish team if the pairings go as they are listed on the... So I would be board 2 against Ireland on Tuesday if everything goes according to plan. And only their top board was an FM, and the other players were untitled. Alright. D4, D5, 92. I mean, some team is likely to, not make it or something. So this is, shockingly, another French. Not only does Mule Skinner play the French all the time, every time he plays white, his opponents also play the French. But it's a conspiracy. He lives in Spain, and every game is a French. I don't really understand. So, I concur. Knight d7 is black's best move here. Special wishes for the simul? Certain variations or something else for preparation? Yeah, maybe. Maybe if you happen to play white, you could play d4. Because I think I have more trouble against d4 than e4 these days. But I don't have any real special... That's an interesting question. I don't really have any special requests. But I know you play d4 on occasion, Mr. Slow. I'm not sure you're in the mood, but if you do get white, maybe d4 would be more useful. But I'm always better prepared for e4. So knight takes us, and then all the strong players always play e4. I always play d4. Like they know that I'm better prepared against e4. Except like Novik did like the reverse Uno against me in the last round. Well, he always plays e4, so that was alright. Not. I think he probably played the London system. Alright, c5. Castle, c takes d4, knight takes d4. Now, this is a standard position. Did you already make a mistake, though? So bishop d3 standard. Ivanov played this. I mean, I remember this from 20 years ago, seeing Alex play this, the c3. This is a very good score. Rubinstein variation Kasparov attack. I guess the Kasparov attack is good. Kasparov attack. Wow. All right, c3 is an option. You know, the other thing is here, 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 here. I also like bishop g5, Mule Skinner. I've played bishop g5 mostly, but this is like kind of main line. But you might consider other options. Okay, castle, c takes d4, knight takes d4, and now very passive move by black, bishop e7. Black's not threatening anything. Oh, 8+3, wow. He's not threatening anything, but you can't play queen e2 without dropping a knight. Thus, c3, castles, and now what do? I had a similar game in my simul last week where I was white and I got nothing. I ended up like playing bishop g5 and hating myself for it. But in fact, maybe I did play queen e2 first. I can't remember. There's also queen f3. Queen f3 is a possibility. You know, like preventing b6. Obviously, queen e2 is standard. Where does black go after that? Like bishop d7? Let's give him second place in 80 euros. So bishop f4 was a move I thought about in my game in the simul last week. I eventually rejected it. It was a slightly different position. All right, a6. Now rook e1. Always watch your f2. It's like Alien. Check corners. You've always got to watch your f2 pawn, but in this particular position with this bishop on e7, right? Like it's usually on c5. There's no reason to worry about f2. Nothing could possibly go wrong there. So rook e1, bishop d7, and now you played queen f3, which is aggressive but active and gives the queen lateral mobility. Queen b6, reasonable, but also blocking the b pawn. So there goes black's minority attack. Rook d1. The what? So somebody has to explain to me what's going on this. You're not a little concerned about the base of your pawn chain there. That's a nice base of your pawn chain you got there. How strong is our attack? Uh-huh. So is this queen like really trapped? Wow. I mean, okay, there's this. You got this. And you got this. So I don't know. But by default, I would expect like all lower rated players to take material whenever offered. Is it sound? Computer takes the pawn. I'm not surprised. That was kind of lucky that he didn't take that because it would have been unclear. You know, I think it's not clear you have maybe enough compensation. But there's something weird about the way you played it. Like, you go here. I mean, obviously you can play queen e2, and that's not an issue. A slightly more natural move. You wanted to be a little more aggressive. He goes here. So what about rook e2? I mean, it's nothing special. Apparently there's bishop e5, which is an even weirder way of trying to generate some counterplay there. I just thought maybe rook e2 was more harmonious. Okay, now you cashed in, and obviously that's not forced. Would Velimirovich play knight takes c6? Because this looks like a serious consideration. You know, we want to induce weaknesses, especially g6. Though your b pawn is still b pawn is still hanging. You're upping the ante a little bit here, but I have to imagine your attack is pretty freaking strong. So maybe queen h3 is more consistent. Let's see. All I'm going to say is that I think the Vellenbergs would have gone for it, according to Mr. Slow. You cashed in for a small edge, 2 bishops. And this is a very standard structure. But he has a strong d5. And if you play c4, you know, you weaken your dark squares. So this is no walk in the park. Mm-hmm. 2 bishops and majority on the queen side. Yeah, I mean, I'm not choosing black by choice here, but I'm just saying that it's not so easy. I was thinking bishop c4. Can we maybe eventually kick him off of d5? Guys, we got 23. 23 has tip 2, 3, 4, 5. Who is that? 23 has tip 2, 3, 4, 5. Is that you, Asterbait? Two, 3, 4, 5. He messed up. He messed up the He messed up our OCD by donating 2, 3, 4, 5. Asterbait made it 2, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nice. Very generous, guys. Thank you. We're gonna have enough coffee. Coffee and beer. Rook takes d8, rook takes d8, rook d1. So you went into a full endgame, and now knight d5. Bishop d2. No. Provocative bishop. Okay. I like the bishop here. You know, it's looking both ways. I mean, I think in a vacuum that this is... You got to get your king active. And I don't know, like, objectively, is this a win? I mean, you know, well, I don't know. What Grandmaster can tell you, like, definitively? Magnus Carlsen? You got instinct, but it's hard to calculate. This is a complex ending. Caffeine-infused beer. Good idea. So knight d5, bishop b8. I'm not exactly sure why bishop b8. Now, if I'm black in this position, I gotta say I probably would play king f8. There's something about bringing this king over to the minority, help with the minority. But maybe Neil Skinner has some kind of concrete plan. So bishop e8. All right. I mean, I think here, I know it's not special, but this has some use. We get the king up, and we're going to play for a3 and c4, ultimately, I guess. You have very good chances to win. I agree. Bishop e8 looks a little out of, I don't know, just not really coordinated. This is probably not a great move for him. Rather superficial. And now bishop a4. Oops. Well, that's awkward. Now knight e7. And now b4. Someone was talking about queenside majority. But we also dropped the back pawn to becoming. This is the base of our pawn chain now. Ops color bishop, I don't think is necessarily a win here. I still want to get our king in the center. Mr. Coffee has, like, he's not made the stream today. I don't know where he is. But Mr. Coffee has, like, cement shoes with his king, and he, like, forgets to centralize his king sometimes. Don't forget to centralize your king. King f1, b4, bishop b6, and then bishop d6. Now this looks like it allows knight d5, right? Mr. Coffee's there. The other option is bishop d8. This move needs to be seriously considered, as ugly as it is. Because is the ops color bishop position winning? Take, take, take. Not necessarily. I don't know for sure if this is winning. I mean, ops color bishops. 2 pawns up. Anybody? You tell me if this is a win. Probably real close. But I'm going to keep probing those dark squares. And that's why you need your king in the center, ultimately. I'm afraid this is probably going to fall short for white. He'll be able to like molest all your pawns till something falls. So I would be reluctant to go in ops color bishops there. Mr. Coffee with the cement shoes in the house. Hello, Tezik. So we got this. And now, oof. That's good. There's good news and bad news. Like, I just don't remember the good news. We're winning a second pawn. That's good news. Oof, that's it. Wow. So, if this holds, then he had to. He has to try bishop d8. Oh, there's a move I missed. There's a couple of moves. Wow. Knight c8. Looks terrible. But you can't get him off this diagonal any other way. Damn, he has knight c8 or knight f5. It's still not so easy. You can't stay on this diagonal, so you can't, like, he'll just go back to knight e7 again. This is not a win necessarily. Black has to defend like perfect. Wow, so this is the final straw here. Bishop c7 just drops a pawn. I think it's over. For me, the biggest mistake was that bishop c5. I mean, he's putting his bishop on c5 in front of the pawn, achieving nothing. You know, this is a really bad move. But still, he's not lost. Let's see, bishop f4, knight e7. Black had a win after knight c3, knight takes a2. What? Knight c3, bishop takes c6. Knight takes a2, black had a win. After your move, bishop e7. Wow. You must have made a serious blunder. So that a pawn became dangerous. Oh my. So what I was wondering was, when he plays this, you really don't want to trade pawns. c5, bishop d8. So I was wondering if it should be b5 or c5. but it's probably c5 is good. Takes, takes. What does he do? Takes, takes, b3. That's definitely not a win. So on a5, c5, bishop d8, I was thinking you should just take. And then on bishop takes a5, you have c6. And he's going to have to sack a piece. And you just win. I mean, this should be a straightforward win. Like knight c3, c7, takes, takes. I don't believe that black can hold this. With two bishops and four, 3 pawns against knight n4. I don't think so. That's definitely a win. So it may be that your b5 is a mistake. The very tempting move. This is simpler, it looks like. It's tempting to play b5. But it's more complicated. So you should just simply take here. I think it's game over. You have to win that all the pawns on the same side. You wanted to be more decisive over here, but he still keeps the a pawn. So I'm not surprised there's some sort of accident, maybe. Here, oh my gosh. So this pawn must be protected. You could play bishop c6. Yes. And then a4, b6, a3, bishop e5. I don't see this as being a win for black. That looks decisive. So even here, you're probably still winning. After knight c3, this may be a mistake. Instead of a3, maybe f6. There. In that variation. Now, what? Oh, in the next move. So after this, this, knight e4 wins for black. Here. Jesus. Really? It looks like it's not quite a win, but it's very unpleasant for white. b6, knight takes d6, c takes d6, bishop takes b6. Yeah, you might not be lost here, but I'm not sure. I don't know how deeply you analyze this. I don't think you're lost. I mean, as long as you don't lose that pawn. Yeah, anyway, you were definitely, this is a huge mistake. This is way better. It's counterintuitive because you block your own pawn. But you only need the one. And these bishops end up stopping his pawn. So on a4 it works out perfectly. You can play either b6 or bishop e5. Either way. Some being. So it was a really good game until this, and that's what I hate about the modern time controls. They're ruining endgames. I like Norway chess had 10-second increments for after move 40. Show me a grandmaster who can play really good endgames with just 10 seconds per move. On a high level. I mean, give me a break, dude. Chess endgames are wrecked by fast time controls. We might as well just adjudicate the games in the end game or something. Have AI decide what the evaluation is. That'll be the result when we get to move 40. Why even play in games at all? Let's just have AI adjudicate. Bishop a6, cancel endgames. Endgame cancel culture. So this was the game. He missed it. Knight e4, black is better. I don't think you're lost though. So here, well, maybe you would have lost on time. Now you had to sack a piece. And this is pretty straightforward. You can just blockade his pawn, and 3 on the king side is enough. I mean, as long as you know how to mate with like 2 bishops against king, I think you're in good shape here. You played many more moves. Okay. No. Overall, a good game, but you played a safe line. I still think, like, at the end of the day, the really aggressive choice here is this, like, queen h3. I meant in the following position. Sorry. Here. It looks like a Velimirovich game that Mr. Slow would share on the stream. Inducing weaknesses in the black king side. Maybe queen e2. Well, queen e2 instead of queen f3 is, yeah, this, you can play queen e2 instead of bishop f4. You know, I mean, this is the normal stereotype move. All right, guys, I gotta go. Thank you for your support. 2-3 for Masturbate, Mr. Slow, Gypsy 9999, and Discombobulator, and Sex Night Draw for the gift subs. Appreciate it, guys. We'll be back tomorrow with Blitz challenges in the midday, and then Sunday simul, and then I'm out. So we're raising as much money as we can for pocket money for Prague. I don't know why I keep thinking Prague. I'm going to Krakow. All right, Krakow starts on Tuesday. World Senior Team Championship, USA 2. Well, we'll see what happens. All right, guys. Bye-bye. Thank you. Take care. Ciao.